What occurred to me a couple years ago may seem nothing out of the ordinary to some folk, but what I felt that day, I've only experienced once before, and it made me feel something I can only describe as primal, for lack of a better word. My ex significant other and I booked this amazing homestead for a vacation for 2 days and nights after reading a lot of very positive reviews online. It was managed by a very charming and hospitable elderly couple. Now, this homestead is smack dab in the middle of a huge sprawling estate surrounded by coffee plantations on three sides, has its own private waterfall, and behind this estate are very large hills, most of which is owned by the couple. The accommodation provided to us was a quaint little cottage nestled between the main homestead, where the couple lived, and another larger cottage that was occupied by a couple of tourist families. The three buildings are surrounded by a very beautifully tended garden. A narrow path winds in front of the three buildings and heads towards the hills. Our first day was generally uneventful, as both of us were exhausted from the long drive from the city we lived in, and we just soaked in the hospitality and the amazing view all around us. The next day, we were given the option of heading to the waterfall or hiking up the hills, and my ex, after a lot of debate, chose the hills. So a little after 10 a.m., we packed ourselves a nice little brunch and headed out towards the path that led to the hills. The weather was cool and a light bit of rain had kicked up the smell of damp soil that was invigorating to the soul of city folk. As we reached the end of this winding path, we were faced with hiking up a pretty steep climb directly up the hill, or walk towards a now unpaved path that skirted around the hill. Since the rain had left the soil all around us pretty damp and the grass wet and slippery, we figured we could find a more gradual climbing spot if we skirted around the hill. So off we went down the unpaved path, and about 10 minutes into the walk, the terrain changed dramatically. Instead of open land, we were now walking basically into a ravine, and the trees on both sides of the ravine basically blotted out the sunlight to a great extent. It was as if we were in the middle of the jungle all of a sudden, but unfazed, we still trekked on, hoping to find another way to climb the hill, which was not visible anymore due to the terrain. After about an hour's worth of navigating through the ravine, we found that the path veered off into even more dense jungle terrain on the left, and on the right was a dilapidated old wooden hut that seemed long vacated. So as we took a breather to try to figure out what to do next, we were met with the angry barking of what I assumed were not less than 7 or 8 dogs, and the sounds were only getting closer, so we beat a hasty retreat back the way we came from. Once the barking subsided, we regained our composure only to find tons of leeches trying to get onto us from the wet bushes and blades of grass. This freaked out the ex, and I had to run through the boulder-filled ravine to basically catch up to her. We ended up back at the steep spot of the hill, and by this time I'd had enough, but had to give in to her persuasion and ended up climbing the steep part of the hill on all fours, getting dirt and grass all over. To my relief, the steep bit gave way to what I can only describe as a meadow of lush green grass, bordered on the left by bushes, with sweet-smelling wildflowers, and on the right, an unobstructed view of gentle rolling meadows that actually had cattle grazing, but I didn't find anyone herding the cattle. So an hour and a half later of hiking through the meadow, we chanced upon a muddy path carved into a much gentler sloping hill. Now this hill was huge, but the path made the climb much more forgiving. Upon cresting the hill, the other side of the crest is a sheer drop off, but the view of the alleys below was nothing short of spellbinding. We rested and tucked into the food we had bought, all the while just admiring the view, and it was 2 p.m. by now. The crest of the hill was so high up that every time a cloud passed through, we absolutely drizzled on, and after a few minutes we were greeted by the sun. This was heaven to a couple of city slickers. By 5 p.m, I was getting antsy to start to negotiate our way back down, as I didn't want to slip on the still wet grass, and I sure as heck didn't want to try my luck with climbing down in the darkness. After about a half hour of begging and pleading with a reluctant ex, I finally managed to drag her back off the crest and start our climb down. The first thing I noticed was the absolute silence. No birds chirping, not even insect sounds. We were losing light faster than we could climb down, and the silence was really getting to me. I looked around to see if I could see the cattle that were grazing, but no, everything was deserted. And it was at this point that I felt like I was being watched from behind. The ex was behind me while we climbed down, so I asked her to go on ahead of me and I would bring up the rear. In my mind, I wanted to put myself between her and any person that would meet us from behind. But a few minutes later, I got the same feeling of being watched, not only from behind, but from all around us except the front. All the hair on my forearms were upright. I was hyper-vigilant, almost bordering on panic. The ex didn't feel anything, but was creeped out by my behaviour. Up to that moment, I'd been cheerful, joking away and muttering everything I could think of, but now I was unnaturally quiet as per her observation and extremely focused on getting off the hill and at the same time looking all around, searching for someone. Before the silence and the sense of being watched hit me, all my mind was preoccupied with was not to slip and to look out for snakes. But now, that was not a concern. I edged her down faster but didn't tell her anything so as not to panic her, and partly not to seem like a blithering idiot in my mind. I was ready to slip and slide down the hill if it meant a faster way down, but didn't want to leave her behind. After about half an hour of this torment, a new feeling crept over me. I felt anger from whatever or whoever was watching us. Like we were not meant to be there. Like we were trespassers. It was the complete opposite of the absolute bliss of climbing up the hill. And still, no sound. Not a damn cricket to be heard. No wind, not even a breeze. Then, as if by some miracle, a dog appeared behind me. I'd not seen this fellow when we climbed up. He was a thin, emaciated brown mongrel who had his tail tucked between his legs and looked us warily, all the while following us at a distance. Although the sight of the dog put me in a bit of ease, the feeling of being watched lingered on. Since I also didn't want to be bitten by the dog, I made the ex stop and give way to see if the dog would pass us by, and he did. He crept closer to us and wagged his tail while looking at both of us, and passed us by, still a bit wary of us. And then, the most curious thing happened. He would climb down a bit and wait until we reached him, and repeat this over and over until we reached the bottom of the hill. It was like he was escorting us to safety. I felt a slight bit of ease at last. Now focused on the dog and desperately trying to ignore the still lingering, menacing feeling that was now behind me, I finally realised that we were now climbing down in the dark. And by the time we managed to get back on the paved path, it was 8 p.m. and pitch black. We were walking behind the dog, who was now wagging his tail away and walking closer to us, and much to my relief, I could at last see lights in the distance. The dog escorted us all the way to our cottage, and while I was trying to find some food for him, he disappeared. Only when we got off the hill did that feeling of being watched go away. It was as if someone flipped on a switch and the sounds of insects was instantly all around us. I swore to myself to never again put myself in such a situation if I could help it. When we met our hosts for dinner, they said they were actually worried as we were expected back by 4 p.m. and were trying to reach us on our phones, which had no network coverage throughout the whole ordeal. I didn't want to ask them about this horrendous experience that I had, but inquired about the brown dog and if he was theirs. They told me he's a stray, and was known for escorting past visitors up to the cottage and then disappear. He was nothing short of a miracle, a divine presence who guided us to safety. I know that some of you may think this was lame, or that maybe I just had anxiety. I've been anxious before as I work in a high-stress environment, but this was nothing of the sort. The feeling of being unwelcome, anger and imminent danger is something that still triggers goosebumps when I reminisce. And to that dog, I am eternally grateful. The only other time I felt like this was when I was with friends on a jungle safari, and our group was trailed or stalked by a predator. Well, here we go. This is a story about when I started believing in the paranormal. When I was younger, I lived in a town called Compont, Pennsylvania. It was one of those half houses where we owned one side and another person owned the other. I always got strange vibes. The stairs to the basement and the upstairs felt like it was on fire. I would become red every time I went up or down them. My breathing would become heavy, and at one point it got so bad I passed out. My parents thought I had asthma, but the doctors said I was healthy as a horse. But this resolves around my 1 to 7 years old bedroom, and I remember this story in full detail. One night I was in my bedroom. I had SpongeBob on and fell asleep. I woke up in the morning, sitting on my rocking chair, was an older fella. Wet strands of hair barely even staying in, a stained tank top, dark cold brown eyes, chain wrapped around his legs and boxers, all while he was soaking wet. He disappeared, but then I heard a dark noise from my closet and a light emanating from it. I opened it. It was my Furby. So I took the batteries out, but it wouldn't stop. It kept talking. Then I looked behind me. There he was, the man, grinning with his crooked teeth. He charged at me. I dropped to the ground and got hit with a sudden cold feeling. I opened my eyes and I was soaked. I screamed. Boom! My door slammed open as my parents rushed in. I exclaimed, "The devil! The devil!" My mom cuddled me in her arms and my dad was asking what happened and why I was wet. Once I calmed down, I explained everything that happened. I changed into dry clothes and was put back to bed. I was explained by my recently divorced dad that he's seen the guy before. Nothing else, that's all he said. Now, me and my mom are living together. The demon was taunting me, and fast forward to 2021, me and my dad had a big fight after we got water dumped all over him, and then ran at me and beat the shit out of me, which we went to court for. I'm safe now, but I'm still shocked by this event. A few years back, I went to my friend Shane's house to pick up some ganj. Shane lived in a recently built house and shared it with 2 other roommates, a male and female. Both of his roommates were gone while I was there, so it was just me and Shane in the house for my entire visit. After we chit-chatted for a bit and I tell him how much bud I want, we both fell silent as he began to weigh it out. The house is completely quiet, no TV or radio on, as we both stare focused at his scale. When, out of nowhere, I hear in a sing-song tone, a little girl's voice very clearly say, "Shane, Shane." I look up at my friend without saying a word. I was honestly confused at first. My mind was racing. I thought we were in his house alone. Could it be his female roommate, I wonder? No, we were definitely alone. I knew that. On top of this, I knew none of the people living in that house had kids. My rational brain couldn't find a reasonable explanation for what I just heard, so I just stared at Shane to gauge his response. Shane didn't move. He just kept his head down and continued to go on about his business, as if he hadn't heard anything. This confused me even more, and not wanting to be rude, I waited another beat to see if he would respond to whoever was calling his name. When he still didn't do anything, I said, "Hey, someone is calling you." That's when Shane looked up at me, slowly, and said, "So, you heard that too?" My eyes must have been the size of dinner plates at that moment. I could feel my heart racing. Heard that too? What do you mean? I asked Shane what he heard, and he said he heard a little girl call his name twice. I said I heard the same thing. Shane went on to explain that he hears a little girl calling his name all the time in the house. No one else ever seemed to hear it, so he just thought he was going crazy. Until that night when I heard it, clear as day. After he told me that, we both fell silent again as he finished up. I paid him what I owed him and got out of there quick. To this day, this remains to be one of the most paranormal experiences I've ever had. I can't help but feel like it was real too, especially because both Shane and I heard it. I want to start by saying that, though I have a history of mental health struggles, that I'm not, nor have I ever been schizophrenic. I've never hallucinated, auditory or otherwise. In fact, All of the experiences I have had, starting over 2 years ago, began after I left a Christian cult and my mental health began to improve. Back when the experiences began, I lived in Mississippi, and as my kid had claimed since moving there, our house was absolutely haunted. Things moved, disembodied voices, often mimicking my voice or my then husband's, shadow people, visible orbs, and a lot of ghost cats. I thought leaving that house would be the end of my experiences. Wrong. While I've had many experiences over recent years, one stands out to me over the others, and it was witnessed by 3 other people. Right before the pandemic, my small family moved to Washington State to be with family who weren't involved in the cult. It felt like coming home, like I should have been with them all along, and generally all around the most positive choice I've ever made. To get on our feet, we lived with my aunt and uncle for several months, until we could find work and a home of our own. My aunt and uncle actually run a pagan community and have a lot of Celtic imagery of deity figures from Ireland. To say their house had a lot of spirit activity is an understatement. I hadn't been in their door half an hour before things began to happen. Something poked my butt when no one was standing behind me, touched the shaved side of my head, and on more than one occasion called me by my name, all events with witnesses who also began to experience the same things. The most noteworthy experience I had there was the one that will stand out in my memory with crystal clarity forever. Myself, my aunt, my uncle, and my husband were all in their living room, a small room set to the side in their double wide where we had gathered for the evening to watch some TV. The only one not present was my kid, Victory, aged 11 at the time, who was in the library which doubles as their room on the other side of the house. I was sitting on an easy chair when I look up to see my kid walking by the entry to the room to head into the kitchen. They locked eyes on me, and I instantly knew something wasn't right. For context, my child is on the autism spectrum. They don't like to make eye contact, and if they have to, they de-escalate the sensations by being a total goof. They didn't wave, they didn't smile, they didn't do anything but meet my gaze stoically and continue on to the kitchen. I can't overstate the not rightness I felt. I at first thought something was wrong, that they were upset. Understandably, they were going through a lot with the move and being shunned by our cult family members. So I got up to go do the mom thing, calling after them and hurrying up to catch them. I could have only been a step or two ahead of me. I left the room, rounded the corner to face the kitchen, more words on my lips, and no one was there. I was confused. I saw them go to the kitchen, so I called out for my kid, and their voice called back. From the other side of the house, still in their room, having never left. I went back to the living room and asked the others if they had seen Victor walk by, a little unnerved. My uncle said yes, as did my aunt. Tim said they had thought they saw him walk by but paid little mind. So, unless this was some weird shared hallucination, we all saw it. I've since found I am sensitive to the energy spirits give off, and apparently as it runs in the family, unknown to me till now, spiritual gifts are inherited. They call me a baby medium, so I feel confident in saying that I know whatever spirit took the form of my kid did not do so maliciously. They wanted to be noticed, absolutely worked. In fact, most antics from spirits seem to be this, and I have come to accept that they are around me and my family, even after moving into our new apartment. I grew up in an 8-bedroom farmhouse with my dad until I grew up and moved out. We always had extra rooms not being used, and because of the age of the house plus all this extra space, there was always an eeriness, like someone looming in the shadows. If I had to get a drink in the middle of the night, I looked at the ground the whole time because I was scared of what may be looking back at me from the dark corners, rooms, and hallways. Even the windows and mirrors were avoided because I wasn't sure what I'd see looking back at me. When I was around 12 years old, I questioned why the room that used to be my nursery was locked from the outside. I didn't think it was weird before then. My dad needed a room for storage, and I figured he just wanted to keep me out. I brought it up to him one day, asking what's so important in there that he needs to keep me out, even though I'm not a child anymore. Typical 12-year-old mentality. Turns out I was not entirely correct about the log. My dad, with a very serious demeanour, sat me down and answered my inquiry. When I was a baby, I slept in this nursery room on the second floor, next to my dad's room. This room was painted by my sister especially for me, with Winnie the Pooh characters and fluffy clouds, the type of thing I think back on and appreciate. The effort and creativity was so admirable. I have a photo of me smiling at Pooh Bear on the wall while we were setting it up. But I'm not the most tech savvy to figure out how to link this photo. Anyway, I was in this nursery in my crib, again right next to my dad's room, the perfect age to be on my own. Every night though, my dad was woken up by me crying. He'd raised 4 children before me, so he was not making first-time parent mistakes that would otherwise be in question. He thought it was probably the switch to being in my own room rather than being in his room that caused my nightly discomfort. He considered bringing my crib back into his room, but of course the nursery was all ready to go. I just graduated. For a while, when I cried in terror, he would come in and check on me, only to find that nothing was wrong, in the sense of present stresses like temperature, diaper change, hungry or thirsty, etc. He would stay with me until I fell asleep or keep the light on to make me feel safer, and then return to his room to get some actual rest. One night, after finally having enough of my distress, he decided to camp out on the floor of my nursery to see if he could figure out what was the matter, but mostly to try and sleep through the night. This was the last time anyone slept in there. I was able to doze off now that I wasn't alone. He, on the other hand, was tossing and turning on the hardwood floor, not comfortable enough to sleep. As he lay there on the floor, mulling over the situation, boom, 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 he was jolted to his feet by a few massive blows to the floorboards beneath him, centered directly on his back, as if someone on the first floor had a battering ram aimed at the ceiling. His first instinct was to rush downstairs and check for intruders. He is a man of logic, brave and ready to defend his family. However, when he got down there, the lights were off, there was no one downstairs, front doors locked, windows locked, no sign of forced entry. No one else lived with us. Our closest neighbour was down the road a quarter mile. And why would they break in just to bang on the ceiling, let alone have it mapped out where my dad would be sleeping in my nursery? And the force of the blows? This wasn't normal. After this event, my dad brought my crib back into his bedroom, and I was able to sleep without screaming or crying, beyond needing a diaper change or something normal. He brought the Bible into the nursery for extra measure, and casted out any evil that may have invited itself there. He locked up that nursery and only used it for storage after that, and only went in during the daytime. To this day, that old lock is still on the door, as if a lock will keep spirits locked in. Short of pretending that experience never happened, he couldn't rationalize it enough to do anything else. We think that the entity was evil and malicious, and when my dad tried protecting me, this only made it pissed off. As I grew up in that house, I had a hard time sleeping in my room on my own. Many nights I ended up rushing to the couch in the living room, turning the TV on and watching Disney till I fell asleep. But even then I was not comfortable. There were always eyes on me. There were many more unexplained events from the farmhouse, but this was the most direct encounter with evil my dad has ever had. I've always been a bit of a skeptic when it comes to paranormal experiences. My family's religious and believes in spirits and demons, and I do as well. But I never exactly bought into any of the actual stories of entities inhabiting houses and stuff. Now, however, I'm not so skeptical. If anything, I'm downright terrified. I still have no idea what really happened. My boyfriend came over last night to watch a movie and chill, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm currently dog sitting for some neighbours down the streets, nothing big. I've done it quite a few times for them before, so I know the routine and everything. Never really felt nervous at night or anything. At around 10 PM, my boyfriend and I left the house to go walk the dog. It was dark out, we were just chatting as we went down the street. We approached the driveway, and I just got this weird feeling in my stomach. But I chalked it up to being a stomach cramp and continued up the driveway. I opened the garage door and walked inside. As I'm walking in, my boyfriend just stopped dead in his tracks in the middle of the garage. I kind of assumed he just didn't want to go in, since it's an unfamiliar house and all, so I continued on. There's 2 layered doors leading into the house, a big wooden one followed by a glass door. I opened the wooden one and instantly got this weird feeling in my gut. Let me preface by saying that I personally am not a fan of the dark and prefer to keep the lights on, especially when I'm alone in someone else's house. For this exact reason, I'd always made sure to keep a few lights in the house on for when I went to dog sit at night. As I opened the glass door, I realised that every single light in the house was off. The only sliver of light I could see was coming from the closed bathroom door. I murmured something about it to my boyfriend, who also noticed the bathroom light and was still standing in the garage. I finally stepped inside the house and instantly faltered. The atmosphere was just so aggressive. I felt extremely vulnerable and exposed the second I walked in. The dog's kennel and food is directly to the left of the door, so I turned to go take her out. As I was getting ready to open her kennel door, I just got this inexplicable urge to look behind me. Turning around, I stared directly into the empty and dark living room, and my heart just stopped. I felt waves of nausea and fear start to wash over me. It was like something was staring right back at me from within the darkness. The raw, primal fear was something I've never felt before. It felt as if whatever was watching me from there was just waiting for the chance to hurt me. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run and just get out of there. My boyfriend was saying things to me from the doorway, but I genuinely couldn't understand him. I was too scared to talk. I finally turned to look at my boyfriend, who stared straight back at me and whispered that we needed to go right then and there. He looked like he was about to throw up. I could tell from the look on his face that he was feeling the exact same fear as I was. I opened the kennel as fast as I could, grabbed the dog, and we bolted. I was instinctively tearing up as we left the garage from pure fear, and I could tell my boyfriend was as well. We waited until we were at the entrance of the driveway to even risk talking. My boyfriend told me he felt like something was horribly wrong in the house, and that he'd felt as if he was about to vomit from fear and nausea. I got even more freaked out hearing him describe the same symptoms I felt. If I'd been the only one to experience this, I would have chalked it up to a simple fear of the dark reaction, but hearing his words just made it so much worse. At first I was assuming that this was part of a home invasion, convinced someone was waiting in the dark with a gun. I contacted the owner of the house, who confirmed that they owned automatic lights, but that they shouldn't have all gone off like that. Truly wonderful words to ease my fears. I then called my mom, who was still at our house, telling her what happened as we walked the dog down the street. My boyfriend was attempting to calm himself down as I talked, and I think we were both just super shaken up at that point. It felt like we'd escaped a near-death experience. After some persuasion, she agreed to go back to the house with us to help us check everything out, but it was clear she didn't exactly believe us. To be honest, I don't care. I just wanted to have an extra person with me in case of a home intruder or something. See, I didn't really think it could have been anything paranormal at that point. I was just terrified that there was someone in that house with a weapon. She walked with us back to the house and we explained the terror we'd felt inside there, and our gut feeling to instantly book it. We approached and walked up the driveway cautiously, careful for any signs of a break-in. As we finally approached the garage door, however, the dog just started going crazy, batshit wild, snarling and growling at the garage door like something was on the other side. And the fear and nausea came back in full force, to the point where I couldn't stop crying. The tears were just coming down my face. The closer I got to the carriage door, the worse it felt. I practically begged my mom to back up from the garage door. She seemed pretty concerned at this point and contacted the owner again as the dog continued to growl. After a quick conversation, we all eventually decided to open the garage door with bated breath. Nobody was inside. Walking into the house, I felt the terrifying presence fade a bit, but the atmosphere was still just really eerie and unsettling. We turned the lights on, and after a few moments of tense silence, sort of relaxed. The dog ran to her food bowl. All was calm. Then my boyfriend pointed out that the bathroom lights, which had previously been on, was off. The door was also cracked slightly open. We sort of nervously laughed about it, and after the dog finished eating, I went to put her back in a kennel. The door to the kennel was latched shut. I knew I hadn't shut it when we left, and just pushing it closed wouldn't have been enough to completely latch it shut. It's one of those dog kennel doors that you need to push the latch in 2 directions to properly use it. The cold chill came back to me, and I shared a worried glance with my boyfriend. My mom then abruptly stood up and announced that it was time for us to leave. We all walked back to the house in relative silence, and my boyfriend and I just cuddled for the rest of the night. He mentioned that he felt like the experience was supernatural or paranormal, and I agreed with him. There were basically no signs of a robber or anything. It definitely felt like some kind of malicious entity, but maybe it wasn't. Everything that happened was just so surreal, and I'm not even sure anymore. I get chills thinking about it though. This is a personal experience, but I will start by explaining a little bit of what my grandma used to tell me. We have this not so old house, around 50 years or so, that my grandparents used to live in. My mum and I when I was younger as well, before moving to a newer house on the outside of town. She always said that there lives a friend, or so she calls it, who will sometimes roam the house during night, and rarely you could hear him during daytime. He never harmed her or anyone, at least not that I'm aware of, but he will always caught your eye in a glimpse. You know when you think you see a shadow moving so you turn in order to inspect? That sort of thing. There isn't any amulet around the house except for a plate with salt under the bed my grandma used to sleep. I guess it's there since she told me one time she woke up to see a friend sitting on the foot of her bed while watching over just to disappear a few seconds after. After some years and due to personal issues, my mom, stepdad and I lived there for about 3 years. They never claimed to have experienced anything, maybe because they were sleeping in the bedroom that my grandparents used to sleep in. And it had the salt, or maybe because they aren't that susceptible about paranormal. On the other hand, I slept on the room that I used as a kid, and didn't have any kind of protective charm nor salt. For the 3 years that I lived there, a lot of times I used to hear things at night, as well as seeing shadows move here and there during night and daytime. I'm not that much into paranormal things either, so I don't know a huge amount. But every week, at least 2 or 3 times, I would wake up in the middle of the night with a feeling of being uneasy, like something was around or had just passed through. Being an old house, we didn't have an AC, so some night during the summer, I would sleep on the couch in the living room while there was a nice breeze of air. I remember clear as day that on my last summer in that house, 2 of those nights, I woke up in a sweat, my mom claiming that I was screaming. And what I would claim, that there was sleep paralysis. Never actually seen this friend like my grandma did, but I can assure you there was something in that house. Now I live in the outskirts at that same time. You know where? Exactly, in front of the graveyard. I've been living here for about a year, and so far no shadows out of the corner of my eye. No weird sounds, nothing at all. The nights are peaceful, and I never woke up again. Sometimes I go to that house to search for things that I forgot to pack, but only for a short period of time, so I never felt anything again. Still, those experiences will go with me until the end of my days. Bonus encounter. This was before living in the old house. I lived in a flat at this time when came back from a long car travel my parents left, and I went to take a shower. Before entering the bathroom, something caught my eye, and when I turned my head to see what it was, I saw this tall lady in a wedding dress for a split second before it vanished. I was paralyzed and rushed inside the shower until my parents came back. Never talked about it with them since I blame it on the journey fatigue, but who knows? Never experienced anything else while living there. This happened a year ago. But my husband and I still talk about this experience because it was truly bizarre and I struggled to find an explanation for it. It was late at night and rainy. Our living room has a clear view of the street and all the cars parked along it. My husband and I were chatting in the living room when I passed by the window and a person standing outside caught my eye. It was an average build adult male wearing a beanie. He was standing behind our car parked on the street, just standing straight still. I asked my husband, "Hey, what's that guy doing?" Our neighborhood deals with frequent car thefts and break-ins, so I was at first worried this dude was scoping out our car to steal or rob. He says, "What guy?" I kept thinking he couldn't see him because of the rain or the angle I was standing at. I had him stand in the exact same spot I was, describing exactly what he was wearing and where the man was, but my husband was never able to see this man. I was annoyed at first, just thinking he wasn't looking closely enough, but the longer I argued, the weirder I felt. Like I was seeing something right in front of me that my husband just couldn't see. I turned around at one point, and the second I turned back to look, the man was gone. I know it was night and rainy, but we live in a city with lots of lights and bars. We have a direct view of a main street in the neighborhood. He was gone from my sight within half a second of me turning to look away. I still see him in my memory. Blue beanie, brown coat, jeans, boots, just standing perfectly still by our car. I saw him as clear as I see anything else, yet my husband, standing next to me, saw nothing. I've never experienced anything like that before or since, and it freaks us out both out to this day. I just turned on a guided sleep meditation on YouTube, like I often do, and the guy who speaks in the video often makes a 5 to 10 second pause in between his sentences. After listening for about 5 minutes, I started to slowly sleep in. You know, when you start to doze away, but you're still there. And in those 10 seconds where my half-sleeping brain is getting used to the absence of a voice, and then suddenly he starts to speak again, my body or my brain reacts with a short and weird flash, and I startle. You know that sound when you have your headphones on your head, and you don't plug the cable in properly, and you rub the cable on the port, and it makes like a... It's very quick and short. That weirds me out, but that wasn't what terrified me so much. After 5 more minutes, I was dozing away again. Until the point I didn't even listen to what the guy in the video said. And then it happened. A very loud, breathing kind of noise right next to my ear. The duration was about 2 or 3 seconds. It was first not that loud, then loud. Like, oh. And I freaking jumped out of my bed and turned the lights on. The weird thing is, it wasn't purely external. It wasn't only the noise. It was accompanied with goosebumps and the earlier mentioned flash. So what the hell is that? Anyone experienced something like that? I'll give some context beforehand. I decided to take a quick stroll in the garden before going to sleep. There I saw my only cat. She greeted me, then she walked off for her usual night patrols. When she wants to enter the house, she usually makes it quite clear by standing near the door and meowing. But this wasn't the case. She walked off in the opposite direction from my house. Then I went inside, closed the door, and went to sleep. There were no other doors or windows open, so the cat could not have gone inside until someone woke up the next morning. This will be important later. So about half an hour after I went to bed, I was half asleep. About 3:30 in the morning, the usual time for paranormal activity, and I felt something walking on my mattress beside my leg. At first I thought it was my cat, because the footsteps had the same distance and weight of a cat. But then, after a couple seconds since I was half asleep, I put together all the reasoning explained before about my cat not being there. As soon as I realised that I understood it was something else walking on my bed, I got scared really fast. My first thought was, I must not open my eyes. I don't want to see what is there. Then I tucked myself under the blanket and calmed down. I fell asleep again after half an hour, and woke up like usual, without anything more strange happening. I'm 18 now, but from ages 3 to 11, my family and I lived in a large 4-bedroom Victorian home. It wasn't really the location you would expect a haunted house to be in. We were right next to a busy street in a row of other houses, all very old though. The house had 3 floors as the attic had been converted into 2 bedrooms, and a large walk-in storage cupboard that separated the 2 rooms. I lived with my 3 older half-siblings, and so it was very common for us to swap rooms every few months. I'd slept in every room, my parents' room quite often, as I was terrified every night. More on that later. The large room opposite theirs and the 2 attic rooms. Each one seemed to have its own different type of horrors. For the first few years, I was too terrified to sleep on my own as a kid. I barely slept, and when I did, I suffered from terrible nightmares. So I would sleep in a camp bed in their room. That was where I had my first encounter with sleep paralysis. I couldn't have been older than 6, but I still remember it vividly. A small boy with a paper bag over his head seemed to emerge seemingly from the wall next to my mother's side of the bed, and slowly but surely was walking around their bed towards me. I remember looking to my side, and there was what I can only describe as a tall, black stick figure, like one of those drawings, who was looking above me. I couldn't move. I was sweating profusely, but I knew I was awake. The next thing I knew, he was crouching down to me, and the boy had reached the foot of my bed. It was that moment I managed to let out a scream. I've never had anything as vivid as that again, but I'll never forget it. When I was 7 or 8, I started wanting to have my own room. I did a lot of reading to distract myself from the fear, and often would stay up to the early hours reading, too terrified to sleep, waking up in the morning with my books still in my arms. I was given one of the attic rooms. By that point, my older sister had the room opposite mine, but she'd gone off to university, and so I was alone up there. I would never dare sleep without the light on, and to be honest, old habits never die, as even now I still sleep with a light unless I'm with my boyfriend. Most nights would be me reading as long as I could, until I just had to close my eyes. It was then that the voices would start. Like there was a couple arguing in the hall. On some of the worst nights, I swear I could hear breathing coming from under my bed. It came to a point where I was so scared, I had to have my dog and cat sleeping in my room with me, but they couldn't settle. My dog would just keep crying and my cat was constantly spooked. They hated being in there, so I had no choice but to remain alone. The night terrors continued. I'd wake up and just couldn't stand to be in that room anymore, so I'd creep down to the 2nd floor and sleep outside my parents' door. I don't know how I even functioned with so little sleep. Most times I couldn't have sleepovers, as my friends would complain of being scared and hearing things. My siblings had similar experiences. When my sister had her friend over, often a friend would recount waking up in the night, and my sister was sitting up in bed, still asleep, but talking to the dark corner. My brother would have his covers pulled off him in the night, and my other sister recalled her toes being pinched while sleeping. Everyone had their own experiences in that house, even non-believers. My dad recounted being locked out from the outside of the house when he was out in the garden. Even though he was the only one home, seeing a dark shadow figure glide next to the door as he struggled to open it. Times I would be sitting outside my parents' room at 3 in the morning, and I would hear the cutlery drawer downstairs being shaken, the TV being turned on for a split second and then off, even though everyone was asleep. I couldn't do anything in that house without the feeling I was being watched. If I was alone in the house, I'd stay out in the garden the whole time. Even then I felt extremely uneasy. I would sit on my trampoline and feel like a pair of eyes were watching me from the living room window that looked out into the garden. Our elderly neighbour told my father the backstory of the house, while my dad would sometimes recount the strange occurrences going on in the house. He told us years before we moved in, there lived a very reclusive middle-aged woman, known to be very cold and unwelcoming. She didn't often leave, only to go to work as a gym teacher. She was known to be sadistic and cruel to the children she taught. He mentioned something extremely chilling though, which was that she had confided in with him once that she lived in fear of the house. She refused to go in the attic as it terrified her. She died several years before we moved. One of the most chilling things was that once she passed, the house was completely renovated. The attics turned into rooms, as I mentioned. The flower beds Mrs. Evans had so much pride in, torn up. Everything changed. The work was mostly done by one man, who had been hired to do so by the local council who inherited the house. Miss Evans had no family to speak of. Just days after he'd finished up the renovation, his daughter died in a freak lightning accident. I personally have no idea if it's tied. It was terribly unfortunate either way. But the neighbours seemed to think that whatever was in that house certainly did not take kindly to it being damaged, and decided to take some revenge. That is just hearsay, mind you, but it's chilling nevertheless. I believe there were several entities in that house, including possibly Mrs. Evans herself, but the strongest residing in the attic. I felt things up there that I've since never encountered again. A genuine feeling of something evil, something that wants to hurt you. I can't even recall how many times people were seemingly pushed when going down the stairs from the attic, or whatever. My cat, who was usually the most lovely boy, was near those stairs. He would viciously attack you with no explanation for this outburst. The whole house had its moments. It was in a constant state of darkness and bitter cold, but the attic? I don't even have the words to describe what that was. When we finally moved when I was 11, and as if by magic, the nightmares disappeared. I could finally sleep easy. We've moved several times since then, and I've never encountered a house like that before. Honestly, I haven't had any paranormal experiences I can think of since being in that house, but that's fine for me. It was enough for a lifetime. I do think it will always be with me though. Sometimes I'll have the most vivid dreams that I'm back there, and I'm so glad to be there, almost as if it's calling me back. I've always been skeptical, even though I've had plenty of paranormal experiences. Ever since I was young, maybe 4 or 5, I've seen what looks like ghosts. I'll see random people for a few seconds and then they will disappear. Some people I would see were pretty scary. When I was 9, I told someone about it. Big mistake. Everyone said I did it for attention and that it was all in my head, blah blah blah. My mum would constantly tell me that there were no ghosts. Now that you have some backstory, here's what happened last night. I was in the washroom, getting ready for bed and brushing my teeth. I turned around and saw one of the 2 ghosts I believe are in my house in my husband's side of the bed. It vanished after a few seconds. It freaked me right out, like seeing them usually does, so I told myself how it's all just in my head and ghosts aren't real. As soon as I said ghosts aren't real, bathroom lights flickered. So, either a creepy coincidence happened or I really did see a ghost. Why would the lights flicker suddenly after saying that? I know lights do that all the time, but this was strange. I'm still a bit of a skeptic, but I swear with every experience I have, I believe more and more. And after this happened last night, I believe even more now. So about a year ago, my uncle died of a massive heart attack. He was 65 years old. He left me with his motorized scooter that I used for fun until I fix it up and sell it. It's in rough shape, but it drives nicely. Even though my uncle died a year ago, I just managed to get the scooter about a week because I finally found some time to hire a U-Haul and get it from my grandma's house. So anyways, on to my encounter. I wanted to drive it this morning, but the battery was low, so I decided to charge it. I tried everything I could think of to put the plug thingy into the scooter, but nothing worked. I spent a good 10 minutes trying to figure out how this thing plugged in. I was starting to get frustrated and was about to YouTube it. I don't know why I didn't think of looking it up sooner. But just as I was about to go back into the house to get my phone, I heard my uncle's voice in my head saying, "You have to put it in, turn it, and then push it." And that's exactly what I did, and it finally plugged in. I couldn't believe it. I'm still kind of creeped out now, a few hours after it happened. Which is weird because I've never been seeing ghosts since I was young. They usually don't talk to me though. And I never saw my uncle, I only heard his voice. This is the third weird thing that has happened since he died, but the other two things happened in my dreams. The night before the funeral, I had a dream of my uncle's moles lighting up all over his face. I know it's weird, lol. And then at the funeral I saw his face and they removed all the moles. That kind of freaked me out. The second dream I had of him was a while after the funeral. I was on an elevator and it stopped. My uncle was standing in the doorway and before entering the elevator he says, "Is this going up?" He got on the elevator and it went up into the clouds and then I woke up. The dreams really had me wondering if it was really my uncle coming to me to say he's okay or not. But after the experience with the scooter today, I strongly believe that it was him coming to me in my dreams. I see things driving around at night. Things like shooting stars dropping from the sky at 3 a.m. on the horizon of New Mexico and Arizona. Though one of these shooting stars did something I've never seen before. I will admit, I've not been a truck driver for very long, a little less than a year, and I'm working towards that goal. My experience would be far less than some of the things that other people have seen. However, I still have experiences as well. This shooting star is one of those experiences. Shooting stars are either meteor or space junk falling through the atmosphere of the Earth. They aren't like you would see in the movies and cartoons and animated film. They will also just drop down straight depending on where the position is. West horizon is in which direction you're facing. This one star in particular didn't drop down at first, but just looked like a normal star hovering in space, like any other star that might still exist out there. It stayed there and then it shot and disappeared. Its disappearance was like a burned in the atmosphere. How it did this confuses me. I've never heard of anything like this before. This could easily be a scientific form for how space debris literally burns up. As well though, that wouldn't account for the fact that it was bright enough for it to stay as a star in the sky, stationary, before shooting up, as if it had somewhere to be real quickly. This is the only one of many encounters I see nightly as I drive from midnight to noon due to the traffic being the lightest between these points, and parking being the easiest to find when convenience is needed. Hey guys, last Friday me and my boyfriend found this huge amazing looking dream catcher that we decided to buy. My partner noticed that 3 of the beads were missing, and one of the strings was cut in half. I didn't think too much about it. The dream catcher still looked fine, so we decided to buy it. We were partying pretty hard that weekend and didn't get much sleep, but since Monday night, both me and my partner have had the worst sleep and dreams. First off, I'll just add that I'm suffering from restless leg syndrome, and without medication, I wake up several times in the middle of the night to twist and turn my legs in an attempt to get rid of that unpleasant feeling. Before going to bed Monday night, I took my medication as I always do, yet woke up several times because I had to move my legs. It felt like the times when I forget to take the pill before going to bed. That night I ended up sleeping on the couch because it was too uncomfortable to try and stay asleep in bed. After an hour sleeping on the couch, my boyfriend walked out of the bedroom and woke me up. He asked me why I wasn't in bed, and he said that he had the most horrible nightmare ever. Woke up panicking and turned to my side to bed to cuddle me, but realizing I wasn't there. The next morning, I asked him what he had dreamt, and he said that someone took his kids away from him and that he would never see them again. Since Monday night, me and my partner have had really fucked up and stressful dreams. Both of us have woken up several times each night and in general, just had a really disturbed sleep. I've also woken up drenched in my own sweat. So what do you guys reckon? Could the broken dream catcher have an impact on our sleep? Should we take it down, get rid of it, put it out in the sun? Also, I had a really weird dream last night where I found a little pimple on my shoulder, which I popped. Blood and pus kept coming out after a while. I managed to pull out a long, slimy string. After pulling out the string, I pulled out what looked like a tube and then a cocoon sack with a bird inside with a big beak. The bird transformed into a human and he started to trick me, so I got confused and lost in the dream. My boyfriend said that dreams like that are demonic. Any thoughts on that? This happened like 13 years ago when I was 16 or 17. I used to hang out with my summer apartment neighbours. We all were coming from different places to that town for summer, and neighbour to neighbour we ended up being a lot of people. Well, results that a neighbour of my neighbour was some kind of expected user of a Ouija board, Nacho. And with all the stories he told us, we decided to give it a try. Then, one night we went to a park near the station with a board we made that day with a piece of wood material that we painted there the alphabet. Yes, no, hello, bye, and 0 to 9. It was very symmetric and we were so proud of it. At first we were 5, and we slightly put our fingers on the glass situated at the centre of the board, and Nacho started to say, if there is any entity that would want to contact us, say yes. He repeated this 4 or 5 times, and the glass started to tremble. We were all amazed at this point, because no one can make a glass tremble with just a finger on it, without being too obvious. And Nacho said, now, to get stronger, make circles around the centre of the board. And it gradually was getting more speed and more accuracy. And he said, now, for being sure that nobody is moving the glass, we will take our finger out and putting on again one by one, while it continues making circles. And the glass continued making perfect circles at an outstanding and stable speed and accuracy. Now go to the edge of the board and leave half glass outside of the board. And do the same at the opposite edge, he said. I think this was totally for free and unnecessary, but it was perfectly accurate. Executed the several times that it had done that. Then we started to talk with it. I remember a few things and disordered. Meanwhile we were there, more friends were arriving, and we ended up being 15 and 20 people around the board, but just 5 of us with the fingers in. I said his name was Victor, and he died of tuberculosis in 18-something. Someone asked him what was his favourite football team, and he said, Nastic A1. And someone said that Nastic, a football team from Tarragona, was being promoted to the first division recently. Someone asked where it shits, and it said, in your face. All of us started to laugh, a little frightened. And while we laughed, it said, J-E, J-E, J-E. Usual way to write a laugh on that back on those days, and that scared us way more. We asked if he wanted to smoke because we were smoking weed and drinking. It said yes. Then Nacho lifted up a little the glass and leave a puff inside it. I remember too that Nacho asked at the beginning of the session if it doesn't want any one of us, whom we're with the fingers on it. And the glass pointed to a girl that was on a very skeptical mood and joking about all this stuff. She withdrew the finger. Everything was smooth and cool until it said, go, quick. We asked why and it just repeated that. We asked if it can say bye. It said bye. We left the place and in 5 minutes it started to rain. I don't know if it was concerned about us to get wet or it was just for another thing. We tried to make another session the next day, but without Nacho it just didn't work. I'm sure this was because of Nacho's absence. I always feel like I'm being watched in my room, when all the blinds are closed and doors shut, and no possible way for anyone to see me since I first moved in when I was 10. Still feel like I'm being watched when I'm there to this day. Also this year, I heard taps on my window sounding like claws or fingernails, not birds. And I saw a shadowy figure watching my brother. And I at the bus stop hiding, leaning from one of those horse stalls. Our stop is next to a horse area. To the point we started bringing flashlights to see if we were seeing shit. My brother had it worse. He said it sounded like someone was trying to break into his window. Like he heard pounding, scratching, stuff like that. Then one day my mum did a spell and things mostly stopped. I'm 15 and my brother is 17 by the way. My brother said when he explained why he thought what was happening, and he said something about challenging gods and demons that were giving his girlfriend a hard time. Personally, I'm not religious or superstitious. All I know is that some weird shit happens sometimes with no logical explanation. During that time, my brother told me not to look at whatever was doing it, because if I did, he said, and I quote, "I'm fucked." My brother and I's room is on the second floor, by the way. There's no way to get to my window from outside unless you're Spider-Man, because it's just a wall with no trees nearby. My brother's has a tree nearby and has part of the roof extending from near its window. His window is also about half the length of his room. Last July, I lived in Wilmington, North Carolina with a couple of my buddies from high school. One night, me and my friend decided to go to the beach after midnight to just escape and talk about life. We get to the beach around midnight and we decided to go sit on the vacant lifeguard tower. Now, it's a Saturday night, so there are other people around on the beach and we were used to this fact. While we're talking on this tower, I noticed a man wearing all black walking towards us from near the pier. The pier is about 200 feet from us. Like I said before, there were many other people on the beach, so I just kind of ignored the figure and kept on with our conversation. About 20 minutes goes by, and people are starting to leave the bench, and this thing is walking towards us. Now my friend is aware of it, and we both kind of stop and observe it. The figure was about 5 or 6 feet tall, kind of looked like a drunk man slowly shuffling towards us, was wearing a black t-shirt and black pants with a black cap on. The eerie thing about him was that there were no facial features at all. Now, we saw others in the bench earlier, and we could make out faces, but this thing was different. The figure was headed straight for the lifeguard tower we were at, so my friend and I also got into fight or flight mode as it approached us. Both of us got silent and watched as the figure shuffled up under the tower, and we immediately started looking around the tower. It vanished. There was nowhere it could have gone without us seeing it. It was just gone. We decided to leave very shortly after that, and we didn't really speak much about it in the car ride home. The part that still haunts me is the lack of a face. It was just looking into a black void. So, I was 9 to 11 years old, now 33, and every time I took a shower, I looked through the bathroom window for some minutes because I like to imagine myself jumping from roof to roof. From that window, you could see a wide portion of the neighbourhood roofs and a church at the end. That window had a curtain. One night before taking a bath, I opened the window and started to watch the roofs as usual and imagine myself jumping around. This time I immediately felt something weird, like I was being watched. I started to look at the roofs in more detail as fear was building up in my guts, because I felt something was there but I couldn't see it. After a couple of minutes, I could see something weird 2 houses ahead of mine. A kind of transparent shadow that for some reason looked like a big winged creature. I stared at it for what felt like minutes, but should have been just a couple of seconds, and out of nowhere, I understood that it was looking at me, and fear became panic. I closed the curtain and jumped to the shower just to hear a huge impact on the window, followed by a tremble in the whole bathroom. My parents screamed thinking I fell, but it was just that thing. Never again did I look out that window, always in fear of that creature. I've lived in my parents' house a couple of times in the latest years, and every time I go to that bathroom, I remember this. When I was 16 to 17 years old, I worked at a banquet hall in the town I grew up in. It was an awesome job with awesome co-workers and decent pay. Not to mention I got to chow down on wedding cake twice a week from April to November. However, something about the place never felt quite right. I did not like being alone in the main ballroom, the mezzanine room, or the large storage area directly adjacent to the main ballroom. To be fair, the reason I didn't like being alone is because when I actually felt like I wasn't. It's hard to explain, but it felt as if each time I turned around to look over my shoulder, because I felt a sense of dread or the presence of another person and saw nothing. The panicky feeling got worse. These feelings persisted without any tangible events occurring for roughly 6 to 7 months. Then, one Saturday night in July, I was locking up the mezzanine room, which involved me turning off all the lights, proceeding down the long entrance hallway, exiting the building, and locking the door from the outside. I remember having a strong feeling of dread and concern, so much so that I ran down the hallway to the door. I went outside, turned and locked the door, and then I made a mistake. The doors were glass, but with the outside lights on and the indoor lights off, you couldn't see inside the hallway behind a foot or so. I was feeling a bit relieved from having made it outside, and after locking the door, I knocked 3 times and said good night. I turned to walk away and made it about 3 or 4 steps when I heard a distinct banging on the glass doors. 3 times, and then a sound I will never forget. It was a guttural sound, very deep, but it was undistinguishable. I wish I could have been clocked at the speed with which I ran out to my car. I had to break some kind of record. I sat in my car for a couple of minutes and just tried to catch my breath before driving home. I never shared this with any of my co-workers because I hardly wanted to believe it myself. But it happened, and it stuck with me for almost 20 years. This story belongs to the medieval times. When there used to be kingdoms in India, there were infamous gangs of thugs known as dacoits and or bandits. They used to rob innocent travellers on isolated roads, many times often killing them. The kingdom of Marathas, now known as Maharashtra state of India, were frustrated by one of such notorious gangs of dacoits consisting of 5 to 6 members and had a bounty on them. So this dacoits had a big loot one day and decided to take a refuge in an old house called the Wada, an old house structure mainly popular in Maratha community, and split the loot. The Wada was situated slightly out of an abandoned village in the middle of the jungle, and the area was avoided by other nearby villagers due to the haunting stories. A perfect hideout for the dacoits to pass the night. But it was not just an ordinary night. It was Amavasya, a new moon night. It is said in India that most of the paranormal activities are enhanced on this day. On top of that, it was raining. All in all, a deep, dark night. The dacoits were happy and celebrating their victory. Some of them were even drinking in one of the inner rooms of the Wada, with one single oil lamp for light. As the night was slowly passing by, during their conversations and laughing and arguments, some of them started hearing a very low and strange voice of a lady singing. The song was something of a lori, kind of Indian lullaby which mother sings. But they ignored it, as they first thought they were just hallucinating due to alcohol, or it's just the raindrops, or simply night creatures making weird noises. So they continued their talking, but after a while, the voice of the song became prominent. Even the one who didn't drink started hearing the voice. So 2 of them went to check the house with a hunch of someone might be spying on them, but they found nothing. At last, all of them came to a conclusion that they are just hallucinating, and started their little party again. The celebration slowly started to grow into arguments as to who will keep what. The greed started playing its part. The argument started to turn into conflict, and the voices of them arguing started to break the eerie, deep, silent night. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a loud noise of a small baby crying came from a deep, dark room around the corner. All the dacoits who almost drew their weapons to fight froze. All of them started looking at each other, shaking with fear, and one of the gang members indicated their leader with the eyes of, "What do we do?" The leader, the man in his 50s, a hardcore criminal with nothing to fear attitude, not knowing of the situation he was facing, snapped out of it and shouted angry, "Who's there? Come out, or we'll come over and kill you and drink your blood." For a moment, all the dacoits holding their weapons, staring hard to see if they can find someone out in that room, got some courage because of their leader's words. The 2 of them who checked the Wada earlier and who happened to miss out on that one single room, looked at each other and decided to check the room from which the voice came. but as soon as they took 1 or 2 steps towards it, the cry of a little child started again. This time more prominent, and strikingly, all of a sudden, an angry loud voice of a lady came from that room. "How dare you wake my child up? Don't you see my child is trying to sleep? Get out of my wadder." It was at this moment all of them realised that they have disturbed something more sinister, something which they cannot kill with their mere weapons. All of them went into flight mode and started running in whichever direction they could. One of them died on the spot due to shock. All of them started shouting loudly in panic, "Help, Mother Kali, Indian goddess, help, help us." The cry was the same as their victims would during the loots, as if karma had come back to bite them. All of them running into different directions due to panic and lost their way to the exit of the wadder. With no lamps to navigate or any source of light whatsoever, a simple big old rusty house became a maze for them, but somehow they managed to escape. One of them who knew the nearby village somehow managed to reach there. Coincidentally, a unit of soldiers who were tracking the dacoits were in the same village. They caught him immediately, or rather, this terrified thug who was wounded all over due to cuts and bruises because of running into the jungle crazily, surrendered immediately. Shaking with fear, the dacoit told all the incident to the soldiers, even though it was a good opportunity for the soldiers to track and catch them all by the night. They decided not to. Initially, me and George did not get along very well. He was pretty restless and would often stomp around upstairs, opening and closing drawers and opening them slamming shut doors. Usually when I was either in my room, also upstairs, or downstairs in the living room. It often would be so obvious I would have to grab my baseball bat or a knife to go through the house to check for intruders. After quite a few times of this happening, I gradually realised this was the work of something else. I'm no stranger to paranormal experiences, but I hadn't dealt with something this explicit, particularly during the day as it so often was, although he did have his fun at night. Eventually it got to the point where I was getting irritated. I was watching TV downstairs when, again, the door to the master bedroom slammed shut and drawers started to open and close alongside stomping. I'd been downstairs for a few hours, so I knew it wouldn't be a burglar or intruder. Called out saying something along the lines of, "I've no problem with you being in this house, but you've seriously got to chill out. If you're cool with me, then I'm cool with you." And the noises from upstairs immediately stopped. I would still hear him every now and then, but it had largely calmed down. Maybe some kind of frustration with not being acknowledged. I'm not going to try and guess. I don't know when I decided to start calling him George, but I got that sense that he approved of the name. Sometimes I could feel his presence in a room, especially when alone, and he's not particularly fond of my dogs. He hasn't done anything to them. And when I could feel him in a room when I was with my dogs, they were very cautious and would watch where I'm guessing he was in the room. Usually when he was close, there's a kind of static in my vision. I've since moved from that house for university, and to my surprise, George came with me. Although he largely leaves me alone, I still hear him from time to time. He has, however, picked up the habit of annoying my roommate. Moving things into completely different rooms, turning off appliances, taking his bookmark out of books that he's reading, and a few other things that I can't really remember. I'm about to move again and can't help but feel sad at the thought that George won't come with me, as it's almost comforting knowing he's around. I feel like maybe he's now attached himself to my roommate. Anyways, moral of the story is, if you have a thumping, meddling spirit ghost, maybe they're just after a bit of company. Amicable coexistence can be possible. When I was a kid, I saw ghosts, but not through a third eye or anything, but directly in front of me. Sometimes they were see-through, hooded figures coming out of my closet, masses standing by doorways, but the time I remember most clearly is when I was 4. I woke up in the morning and it must have been 9 or 10 a.m. It was very bright in my room. The rocking chair to the side of my bed had an old woman in it. She was rocking slowly. I wasn't scared. I thought she was my grandma. She asked if I wanted lemonade. I said yes. I heard my mum's footsteps coming to my room, and she just vanished. I cried and asked if Grandma was coming back, but Mom said Grandma wasn't there. My 3-year-old sister followed her dad outside during a rainstorm and managed to open the deadbolt there, but that's another story. From then on, I always felt things. Saw people on the side of the road in cloaks. The one that is still currently plaguing me is the demon dream. I was 10 in a different house built in 1910, so not crazy old, I guess. I was probably 11, and in the dream I was waiting for one of those big steamboats with the wheels on the side of a marsh with my 5th grade class. Everything was grey and there was a fog on the ground. I turned around and there was a man. I never got to look at his face, just this black coat maybe. I knew it wasn't supposed to go with him. Everything in my body screamed to get out on the goddamn boat. But I didn't. As soon as I took his hand, we were sitting on my couch in the living room. He sat there in silence and stared at me. I still couldn't look at his face. Then I got a sick feeling. I don't know how or why, but I knew it was a demon. I said, "You're a demon in Jesus' name. Get out of my house." Everything shook so hard I woke up. I can't explain it, but it felt like a door was open, like there was a draft. I sat up and something shoved me down hard. I stayed in bed until morning. These dreams continue to this day, always in that room. They're different than any dream I ever have. Sometimes it includes my family members, but it's never really them. Why I may be crazy, my dad was a drinker, very eccentric, but he never lied, he hated it. He said he had demons in his dreams too. Things would fly off shelves and sometimes he would hear things. I was abused a lot as a kid and had a lot of anxiety and depression. After my teen years, I couldn't see them anymore, but sometimes it feels like I'm in a crowded room when I'm alone at home, and sometimes like there is this silent screaming. I still have the dreams. Sometimes I see them from the corner of my eye, but not vividly like before. I avoid all religion, it just makes it worse. I'm not a skeptic, but maybe I'm not a believer either. A few years ago, I was going through a really hard time. My friend worked at a crystal shop in Austin and brought me to a party there one night. There was an intuitive doing readings that my friend said was amazing. I'm a Christian and I'm torn about tarot cards, but I decided to sit down with the psychic anyways, since my friend had known her for a long time. The woman ended up not even getting to my card reading because when she touched or looked at my hand, she started freaking out. She said I have the strongest empathetic abilities she has ever encountered and continued on nervously to make sure I was okay. Up until that point, the reading was spot on, and when she said that, so many things started making sense, and it truly made life easier for a while knowing that I wasn't crazy, and all of the emotions I'm experiencing a day while doing hair aren't only coming from me. I was struggling because all day, every day, I was taking on all of my clients' inner turmoil. And this is why life had become so hard, exhausting, and almost unbearable. Fast forward to a year later, I was heartbroken and fell into addiction. Soon after, I started having extreme poltergeist activity. Things started flying off the walls and across rooms, faces in every photo I took, ceilings opening up and bugs falling out. No one wanted to be at my house because they were all terrified of the ghosts. I've since gotten sober and don't experience anything negative anymore, but I've done a lot of research on the subject. I'm making this post to find out if y'all think that the poltergeist activity could have been coming from my brain and my emotions as opposed to an actual spirit. I know paranormal scientists are starting to believe this activity can be caused by a living person. I think the negative way I was living probably did attract some negative spirits as well. But I can't stop wondering if being an empath and having all of that emotional energy is what sometimes creates a poltergeist. I want to preface this by saying that this happened as an encounter for my husband, and as a sort of sleep paralysis for me. We're in the process of moving out of our home. He got a teaching job elsewhere in the States, and they're doing in-person learning now, and the 3+ hour drive to get there just isn't practical anymore. Last week, he was cleaning some shower tiles, and 2 of them broke off, revealing crumbled sheetrock. This house was not built to code. He told me that a few days ago, he saw that he could only describe as a cross between Samara from The Ring and Cousin It from the Addams Family, just standing there in the bedroom, less than 5 feet away from him. Coming up to his about chest height, he's 6 foot. He walked right through it, a little further into this vacuum cleaner. We've been sleeping on top of the covers the past few nights because it's been too hot to sleep under them. I don't know if I was already asleep, starting to fall asleep or what the case was, but I remember looking on the doorway out of the room and seeing a figure that had the same features, same height as what my husband saw. The difference is, it made a grabbing motion with its hand, palm inward. Of course, I got startled and slid under the covers and didn't look again for the rest of the night. This isn't the first encounter I've had with ghosts. Our dearly departed dog is still among us and makes his presence known with his snoring. However, this is the first time I've seen a human-like ghost, clearly, and not just as a mind trick. I also want to mention that I was working for a client for a few weeks in her home, and she told me about a ghost in her closet that grabs all of the female caregivers if they don't enter the closet with caution. Apparently, the last tenant in her house hung himself in the closet. I took note of what she said, and always knocked and greeted before entering, stating my purpose. I'm not aware of any backstory to our residence. Is there any explanation for what has or is happening here? My husband is thinking that maybe he's unhappy with us leaving. I just don't want to be afraid to fall asleep if there's no cause for alarm. I recently moved into a new apartment. An old military barracks from the Civil War that was turned into an apartment. And I've seen several spooky things. I don't want to make this too long, so I'll cut to the chase. Out of the corner of my eye, I have seen black figures walking around out of my bathroom. A male figure poking his head around the corner of my door. A gentleman who just sits at the window, and one in my closet. The one in my closet physically gives me the shakes, as he's the only one out of the figures I've seen that gives me the feeling of being unsafe. The apartment itself is set on a giant field, the literal battlefield of my city where the Civil War happened, and my parents say the figures I'm seeing are likely soldiers who died an early death. I've spoken my concerns to my father, who's a retired 82nd Airborne guy, and he claims when he lived in the barracks he saw all kinds of things like this, and that no one ever got hurt. However, with the following things I'm going to list, I'm questioning my safety. Again, it's just one in my closet who frightens me. I moved in with 2 cats who refused to go anywhere near the closet, and when the door was open, they hissed at the closet several times. I had put their food bowl and water bowl outside the closed closet door, and they refused to go near it. I moved the bowls and tried to put their litter near it, but again, they refused to go near it. They've since been transferred to my sister's house because they wouldn't stop yelling, meowing insanely loud all night. I also own 2 TVs. When I moved out, I received my parents' TV on top of mine, and the one that is plugged into the wall close to the closet door, within a few inches, constantly turns itself on and off, changes channels, and sometimes goes to static. Every other electronic in my house is perfectly fine. The closet just gives off this awful energy, and everything that goes near it seems to malfunction or just hate being there. I'm unsure what to do. I'd like to add I have made a friend in the apartment complex, and she claims to see things as well. However, there's another figure that I didn't mention here because I don't see a reason to, but for those sticklers who are going to ask, across the field, outside my window, is a lady in a pitch black dress hanging and swinging from a tree. The friend claims she's never seen that figure across the field, but I can see the figure clearly from my window. I'm on the top 4th floor where my dad and landlord both claim generals would meet at random times. Sometimes at night, but very rarely, it's usually midday or around noon. When I was 8 years old, my family moved from my original childhood home into a 120-year-old house with a lot of history. It was a beautiful house, but there had been a big fire in it many, many years ago, and it was abandoned for 15 years. I really didn't like the house when we first moved. The energy felt off, and I felt like I was constantly being watched. There were certain rooms where the energy felt so off, I refused to go in there alone. We also ended up moving my bedroom after 1 or 2 years because I hated the energy in the room and I couldn't explain it to anyone. My parents wrote these feelings off as just being a scared 8-year-old, but the feelings about specific rooms maintained until we moved out when I was 18. A lot of strange occurrences happened during the 10 years I lived in this house. So much so that in high school, I started to wonder if I could be schizophrenic. Even though these occurrences happened exclusively at home, and since moving, I haven't experienced anything. I was constantly seeing things out of the corner of my eye, or hearing footsteps when I was home alone, but I'm going to share 2 experiences that really stand out in my memory. For my 13th or 14th birthday, I had a few girlfriends sleep over in the living room. Some of them had never been to my house before, and I didn't tell them anything about it because I just wanted everyone to have a good time and not feel spooked. The next morning, one friend asked why my dad was walking in between our sleeping bags for a while last night. I immediately knew that wasn't my dad. My parents went up to bed while we were still awake, and my dad confirmed he didn't get up in the night. My friend didn't particularly want to sleep over after that first night. Another experience that I vividly remember happened when I was coming home from a party in high school. It was after midnight, but I was definitely sober because I drove that night. I was entering the back door that was in the backyard and opened into the kitchen. We never used the front door. As I was putting my key in the door, I looked through the glass pane of the door. The view went straight through the kitchen and into the hallway, near the front of the house. At one side of the hallway wall in view was a full-length mirror hanging up. In the brief few seconds I was looking through the glass on the door, I saw a very distinct, solid-looking figure run out of the mirror. It looked like it was in the position that sprinters are in when they crouch down to start a race, and it looked like it was wearing a royal blue morph suit. Weird, but I saw what I saw. The figure ran out of the mirror and dissipated into the staircase on the other side of the hallway. After seeing that, I could remember booking it to my bedroom, closing the door, and falling asleep with the lights and TV on. All of that being said, I believe whatever was in my house wasn't malicious. We took good care of the house, and I like to think that the spirits appreciated us for that. At the time of this, I was working for a private security company and we were working on an event at Carisbrooke Castle on the Isle of Wight. There were probably 10 or 15 of us scattered across the darkened castle in winter. It was really early in the morning, probably around 1 or 2 a.m, and a colleague and I picked the short straw of doing the perimeter walk where there is no light, not even from streetlights nearby. So we have to do laps of the entire castle, along the wall with the moat on our right hand side in near darkness, bar our torches that we carried. As we approached the second lap, near the longest stretch of the wall, I noticed footsteps in the dark that weren't ours. We stopped a few times to check out this noise, but we couldn't pin it down to anything. And it could have been an animal moving in the dark. The next stage happened all in a few seconds, not really quick enough for us to respond. In the darkness, I noticed the figure of a man walking towards me. He was walking up from the moat right at us. As he approached, he said something along the lines of, "Alright, right, Greeley." He then walked straight past us into the solid 12-foot tall rock wall. In a state of shock, my colleague and I just confirmed to each other we'd just seen someone walk into a solid wall and vanish. Not gone over, not walked past, but directly into. We raised the alarm for an insider, but after a site search, we never found anything of this guy who walked up the slope. I feel like this needs background information, so here goes. I've been a Christian all my life, albeit not always practicing as I should, and had never really had any encounters with or interest in the paranormal. I have 2 children which I had quite young, and lived a mostly normal life up until I turned 22, when my girlfriend, baby mama and I moved back into my childhood home, a small rundown shack in the middle of the woods of Maine. Nearest full-time neighbours lived like a mile away. This home was surrounded on 3 sides by thick, dense forests, and on one side, the forest was actually a state university tree farm, so the trees were all planted in creepily perfect rows. At 22, I found out I had Chiari malformation type 2, and it required surgery to correct. At this point in my life, both of my children were already born, but not very old. My oldest was almost 2, and my youngest was only a few months old. They scheduled the brain decompression surgery for August 13th, 2013, and initially, it all went well. However, we found out a few days later that the brain shell drawer patch they had put on during surgery had ruptured, and they had to go in and fix it. No big deal, right? Except they botched that surgery too, and I ended up with a staph infection in my brain. This leads to a 3rd surgery. I promise, I'm getting to the supernatural stuff, but this background setting feels important to me. During the 3rd surgery, I died on the table, was brought back, and then spent 4 days floating between life and death in the ICU. According to the doctors, I shouldn't have made it. They were telling my parents to notify the rest of the family that they needed to come see me now, or forever hold their peace when I sat upright in bed to say hello to my parents, girlfriend and children. Something in me changed that day, and I still don't know exactly what it is. I managed to make it out of the ICU and was stuck at home tethered to an IV pole with a PICC line for 8 weeks of serious antibiotic treatment to stop the staph infection in my brain. Skip ahead to Christmas Eve of 2013. I'm having a small party with some friends of mine, and my girlfriend baby mama had taken the kids to her parents' house so they wouldn't have to deal with a bunch of drunk young adults. I don't drink, and didn't dare to do this soon after the surgeries, but my friends were typical young 20s. She calls me at 9 o'clock that night to tell me she wasn't coming back, and neither were the kids. We were done. This was the beginning of 4 full years of isolation in this house, with nobody and nothing to talk to except those 4 walls, a mile away from the nearest human beings. And me, being still practically fresh out of surgery with a year of expected recovery time still to go. I couldn't drive at the time, and couldn't for about 2 years afterwards. After that night, I find myself having vivid dreams of things that would come true over 80% of the time. And I found that I have knowledge of things I should not have known. Details about other people's private lives. I was able to sense motives and had intimate knowledge of how to solve problems, both personal and otherwise, that I had no experience with and should not have known. Obviously, this scared me quite a bit, since there are only so many sources of these gifts related to my Christian faith, and most of them are demons. I still to this day think I was or am possessed in some fashion, like some symbiotic relationship with whatever crept in after God saved my life in the hospital. I've sought help, but have found none, so I've pretty much just accepted it at this point and tried to use the gifts for good. However, this is only the precursor to the point of this post. All was well for about 2 years of this isolation. I had made peace with my unhappiness and the silence of being totally alone, and was beginning to settle in. I had gotten to the point where I would often lay on my lawn and gaze at the stars, or have a little fire in my fire pit till I was too tired to keep feeding it. I was completely comfortable. It was around this time that I had really started researching the paranormal, trying to identify what might be the source of my newfound gifts, and had fallen down the rabbit hole into all kinds of cryptids, my favourite among them being the Skinwalker. One evening, I'd gone to the local store just before dark to get some smokes and basic grocery stuff, because food is life, right? And I arrived back at my home after dark. It was a fairly well lit night, stars and a partial moon. I could see everything in my yard. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything seemed fine. As soon as I shut my car off, I was overcome with an overwhelming sense of dread and immediate danger. I fought the panic for a few seconds, but it bested me pretty quickly, and I made the dash to my porch as quickly as I could. It was maybe 30 feet from where I parked. I flicked the porch light on and stood there, scanning the tree line for anything that might have caused this. There was nothing there. Nothing at all. Now, the woods in Maine are quite lively day and night. There are all kinds of wildlife noises at all times day and night. But not this night. There was no sound at all. So I noped the fuck off my porch and went straight inside, locked the door behind me, and tried to calm the sense of panic. Every night for the next 2 years until I was in a position to finally move out, it was the same. The woods would be lively during the day, but as soon as the sun went down, you could hear a pin drop on the grass from 50 yards away, and it was always coupled with that same overriding sense of dread and panic. To the point where I put a deadbolt on both front and back doors and stormed shutters to keep whatever it was out. I'm convinced that something followed me home that day, and whatever it was, it stayed. I wonder if it was drawn to whatever energy I'd been putting out since my run in with death. But thankfully, it hasn't found where I live now. Yet. I do not scare easily. I'm a big burly man who hunts and just generally isn't someone that people go out of their way to fuck with. But whatever it was, made me feel totally helpless every night for 2 full years. I've sought help, but nobody seems to have any answers. So I'm here asking for your help. Who was stalking me for those 2 years? And what happened to me in hospital? I was taking my mother-in-law's chihuahua out to go to the bathroom. She has a brain tumour that's made her equilibrium very off, so she tends to run in these little circles. Well, this time, her little circle turned into a big circle, where she kept avoiding the tree as a whole, which was odd because she usually prefers doing her business right under the tree. Mind you, the tree's pretty huge, so being under the branches is pretty hard to avoid. So she wobbles all the way over to the side of the house, completely avoiding the tree. Then it seemed when she was under the tree, she'd be in a bit of panic. I had no idea why. I assumed it had something to do with her tumour getting worse. I know her vision was going, so I assumed she just couldn't see where she was going. Anyways, so I tried putting her in a normal spot, a spot under the tree on the left side of it, and she kept running away from it and going to the side of the house. So I just followed her over there. A chill shot down my spine when I walked under the tree, and I tried not to think anything of it. I waited for her to do her business, and then started to guide her with my voice back to the back porch. She was very hesitant, almost like something was stopping her from going. So of course, I picked her up. I set her down right in front of the front porch by the side of the tree one more time to see what she'd do. She basically froze, so I knelt down again to pick her up, and I felt a drop of what I assumed to be water hit my forehead. It had rained earlier that day, so I wasn't surprised that a water droplet fell from one of the higher branches. I picked her up and turned to go inside. Then my partner came outside with one of our cats in their arms. We like to bring them out in our arms, sometimes so they could smell the fresh air and all that. I started talking to them about how the dog was behaving, and then we noticed our cat looking up and all around, almost like it was watching something fly around. Then the cat's eyes fixed on a certain part of the tree, and that's when I looked up and saw it. I don't know what it was, but it was big. Very big. A black silhouette that I cannot describe. Couldn't call it a man or an animal though. It was almost round at the top, like it was crouching over and looking right at us. Its eyes were just white and thin. I couldn't make out any other features given how dark it was. I know I'm not crazy, because my partner saw it as well. I've done so much research since then, talked to so many people who know about things like this, and no one can give me a straight answer. So I came here, hoping one of you will know something. What it was, why it was in my backyard, why it was in my tree. Anything really. If you can give me anything, please do. Also, my partner just pointed out something to me that I didn't realise until they pointed out. It was crouching down, like I said, but it almost looked to be in a position like it was ready to leap off of the branch. I used to wake up at night all the time, and it took me a long time to get back to sleep. One night, maybe about 4 a.m, I'd been awake for a while, just laying in bed. This was during summertime in Finland, so it wasn't very dark, even at night, mind you. Suddenly, I noticed the silhouette of a person. It's hard to describe, but it had sharp, light green outlines and was otherwise a bit see-through, but in a blurry way. A light green figure. No facial features. I could make out some shapes and even shoulder-length hair. The figure looked like it was female. The figure walked into my room, very lightly and almost like it was being careful. I saw her, I'll call it a she, walk around in my room and occasionally stop to look at some things. Then she walked over to me. I was still laying down, so she walked over to the side of my bed and kind of crouched down and leaned down to look at me. I was a bit scared, so I didn't get a look at her face. I just stared down. She wasn't a mean presence, nor do I feel like I had a reason to fear, but I was just confused and taken aback by the situation, you know. As she was looking over me, she reached her hand out and pet me, stroked my hair kind of. She seemed gentle and curious and had a familiar and motherly presence. I don't remember feeling her touch though. I just kind of let her do that, wondering what I should do about this. I remember looking in front of me at her legs as she was standing and I was laying down, and thinking that maybe it's hallucination, so I decided to reach out and touch her leg. My hand obviously went through her, and I don't remember if I even felt anything. I saw her take a few steps back. Then she looked around my room a bit, like, taking a final look, and then walked out of my room. At the doorway, she turned around and waved her hand to me. Then it looked like she walked into my brother's room. I still think of it and the vibes she gave off. I know this might have been just teenage me seeing things and hallucinating while tired. It hasn't happened before though. But still. My dad's mom died before we kids were born. She was about the same height and build as this figure seemed to be. I like to think that this was her visiting and checking on us. It would explain why she was so curious looking around my room and seemed so motherly. It's a good memory, no matter what. I was 16 and talking to my then girlfriend on the phone. As I was sitting on my bed, I heard a little boy screaming "Mommy." I asked her if she had heard that as well, to which she informed me that she had not. We continued the conversation, and about 3 minutes later, I heard the child yelling again. Frantically, I asked her if she had heard it, and she began getting concerned that she had still not heard anything. The house I lived in had a few neighbours with children, but it was almost midnight, so most of them were already asleep. 2 minutes later, I heard the child again, but this time it sounded as if it came from my room. My dad was at work, so I was the only one home, as my stepmother had passed away almost a year before. I didn't hear anything after the third time, and as it was 12:03, I got up to go to my kitchen to get a drink. I stopped right at the frame of my door, and for some reason, I felt compelled to turn around. When I did, there was a boy about 8 or 9 years old, wearing clothes from what looked like the 20s era, the kids who would be selling newspapers, vests, hats, etc., standing on my bed. He had brown eyes, dirty blonde hair, and was just standing there staring at me. After 7 seconds, he just seemed to dissipate, and I couldn't move for about 15 seconds after. I've had extremely strange things happening around me all of my life. This includes when I was around 4 or 5 when I heard knocking at the front door and my dad telling me it was okay to answer it. It was army people coming to tell my mom that my dad had died in Vietnam. To moving a year later where we rented a house. After moving everything inside and went to sleep for the night, we would wake up the next day with the kitchen table and chairs all stacked up in the living room on top of the stacked up chairs, sofa, coffee table and console TV. This would happen every day until we moved out. I mentioned these couple of experiences as examples of some of the weird stuff I've seen, if only to provide some background, as I've only been truly terrified in my existence once, which thank the good Lord is buried behind a wall in my mind. Otherwise, I do not think I would be sane, or even possibly alive now. I've lived in Florida for 11 years now, as I needed a warmer climate due to multiple injuries which involved broken bones among other things. But ever since moving into the master bedroom maybe 5 years ago, I felt like I was being watched at first. I just chalked it up to being hyper-vigilant as I have a service dog who hasn't reacted to anything as far as I know. But after maybe a year or so later, I started seeing 5 shadow people walking in from the Florida room. They would stand at the foot of my bed and I assume were watching me, otherwise they would have been staring at a wall. I did not feel frightened or anything like that, nor did I sense any type of malevolent type of energy when they were in the room. Now, I'm always awake when this happens, never asleep, as something else happens then. This happens sometimes during the daytime, but also in the evenings as well. The shadow people stopped appearing after I had some work done in the Florida room and had the sliding glass door covered up. I will note that I also keep blackout curtains covering all windows and the sliding glass door, so now shadows from external sources could not be the cause. Since then, I've only seen the shadow people a few times a year. But this is what I'm seeking guidance on. Ever since I moved into the master bedroom, I felt as if someone is climbing onto the bed, as if to either sit or lay down. This happens multiple times a night, every single night. To be honest, this has scared the crap out of me several times, as I'm either usually dozing off or actually asleep. Now at first, I thought I was either dreaming this, as I have had nightmares of being in a theatre, and some of the things I saw ever since I was released from the hospital and discharged from the military, or it was just my imagination working overtime. But here's the kicker. My service dog who sleeps near me to wake me up, if I'm unable to wake up, from one of the daily nightmares, just a small part of her training, will lay down beside me when I lay down to go to sleep. But after I've settled down and am relaxed, she no longer lays on the bed, but instead on the floor in the same type of position and placement, as if she were laying on the bed. I don't know what her deal is. As she slept on the bed and in the same place prior to moving into the master bedroom since I first brought her home? I mean, she knows her training, so this has kind of been a concern with me. Something else I would like to mention, though it may not mean anything, is that my clock that has a wireless charging resets the clock date every few days. And though not every day, but again a couple of times a week, my iPhone, though my battery will be above 90%, will end up less than 10% the next morning. Finally, when I do feel the bed sinking as if someone sitting down or laying down, I get this feeling that I'm near something I definitely should not be.
Hello everyone, I hope that this is the right place for telling you guys this. I really need to have an external opinion since everyone who knows this story doesn't believe me. It all started 2 years ago. I was with my ex-boyfriend on his motorcycle and a car hit us. We didn't have any injuries, but I passed out and as soon as I wake up, I saw this red-haired woman staring at me. There were other people and all of them tried to help us, but she was far away, just staring at us and smiling. After that, I couldn't forget her look. I felt like she was watching in my soul, I don't know. So I asked my boyfriend and he said that he didn't see her. A year passed and I kind of forgot about this. Until this February, when I was walking with my dog, a child crossing the road tripped over and a bus almost hit him. I don't know why, but my first instinct was to look into the bus. Guess who I saw? The same woman from the accident who was always smiling. I thought it was strange, but just a coincidence since my town is little. The odds started a week ago. I was with my friends and we decided to go at the sea, which is 2 hours from the train where I live. We arrive and do our things, and suddenly my friend falls off the rock. It looked bad, so we took him on the beach, and again, this woman was there. This time it was really strange because she was wearing long pants and a hoodie on the beach. Honestly, I freaked out, and I wanted to talk to her so bad, but I felt like I shouldn't, so I didn't. Again, I asked my friends if they saw her too, and they said no. I don't really know what to think. I don't even know if she's a real person at this point. I'm going crazy. So I'm a 23-year-old man, and I recently had an experience quite unlike any of my lifetime. I live in a community housing project. I would say it's half a hotel, motel, and half apartment. It's one building with 3 floors of maybe about 20 different studio bedrooms on each floor, and 2 other buildings with the same, except these are 2 bedrooms. That's neither here nor there, just trying to give some perspective. I've been staying at this place for about 8 years now. I haven't really had any problems at all, I wouldn't say. This is a problem, not as of yet at least. Now, there was an old lady that stayed directly across from me. She must have had kind of a rough life because she broke down pretty bad mentally over time. Every night since I first moved here, I would hear her screaming and yelling and cursing, literally having whole entire conversations. Now, this was weird from Jump Streets after the first few days when I realised she lives completely alone. I heard her literally making threats every night and sometimes crying and apologising to someone. Now after a while, I actually ended up getting used to this behaviour. Sometimes I would actually bump into her, not literally, in the hall. No one talked to her, and she just pointed at everybody and would say the most vicious, evil things to literally everybody. Our first encounter, I was met with this same treatment. I fake smiled her off and asked how she was doing, because ever since the death of my grandmother in 2014, I for some reason have an extreme soft spot and instant love for old ladies. Not in a weird kind of way. Just kind of like, how are you? Let me help you with your bags, man, kind of way. I approached this lady in a similar fashion and she seemed to didn't know how to take it. But she did not meet me with the same aggression as she does to anyone else she laid her eyes on. Now remember when I said I was 8 months in here? Yeah, fast forward to about July 1st, just several weeks ago. By this time, me and this lady have crossed paths about 9 or 10 times. Briefly, but a few times. We never really had a conversation at all, but I would always make sure I spoke and acknowledged the woman, and she didn't really show emotion but a little gratitude. Now every day, all day, she would still continue this manic-like screaming in her room. She very literally was sounding like an older, very, very angry middle-aged man. Now, as I said, I was directly across from her, but we are also right dead at the end of our long-ass hallway. And to make things even better, I have a 10-hour shift job that I work 4 or 5 days a week. I'm working 4 p.m. to 5 a.m. shift. So just imagine, long day of work, get to your home, you're at the very end of the hall, almost isolated with this lady. At 4 a.m. we know it's very early, but very late too. Also, it is still dark outside when I pull up to my apartments. It would be fucking 4:30 and this woman is still up barking, growling, shouting, evil, haunting, spooky shit. Sounding like a man. I swear this is absolutely no exaggeration. Now, on to the scary part. Right now it's 4:14 a.m. as I type this. I actually took a day off today, and I think I may take another to wrap my mind around what has happened in the last few days. On July 18th, roughly around 6 a.m., this is Sunday morning, the woman was found dead in her room right across from me. She was not killed anybody, ever came to see her or anything. She had no relationships as far as any residents here ever knew. A maintenance man would check on her at least once a day because, like me, he felt very bad for the old woman. When he checked on her on this day, he'd seen her and obviously reported it. She was found at 6 a.m. They had her wrapped up and gone by 9 a.m. From what I was told, I really didn't ask much, they say it was natural causes or suicide. Now, I spent this past weekend at my girlfriend's, so I wasn't present when whatever happened. But when I returned to my apartment Sunday, at around maybe 11:30 or 12, I walked the halls and literally for the first time in 8 months, I heard no screaming. Now keep in mind, I have no knowledge of what has happened, and walking to my door, I see absolutely no one in sight. I turn and stick my key in. I hear a familiar voice. It's the old lady, but she looks much different. She looked cleaner, looked happy. Hair wasn't all over the place from constantly running into walls. And she actually spoke clearly. She saw me and said, "Hey," and I was shocked at just that simple 3-letter basic greeting from this woman. Honestly, with the events that transpired, I cannot remember our exact conversation verbatim, but it was literally the happiest and best I've ever seen her. It took me 3 seconds to realise it was her. Now keep in mind, once again, I am not knowledgeable of her death. At this point in my encounter with her, it was approaching 12 p.m. She allegedly died at 6 a.m. But anyways, we had a brief conversation and I said, "I'll see you later, ma'am. I'm a little tired. You look beautiful today." She said, "I'll see you again, young man." She said this and walked back into her apartment. It was something about her. She had a certain glow to her, a certain force and energy that I had never felt before from her. But anyways, now at this time, I think nothing about it. And I go in my house, shut my door and use the restroom. A lady from the rental office who I'm close with, and look at as a godmother named Miss Tate, came and knocked on my door. I opened and she asked me how I was doing. Told her fine, chilling, the usual. She had a very shocked and horrified and sad look on her face. She said, "Have you heard about the incident?" I said, "No, what's going on?" She says, "The woman across the hall from you took her own life this morning." Now I look at her and say nothing for legitimately 15 seconds. I ask, "Are you talking about the screaming lady across the hall?" She says, "Yes." I ask, "Are you sure it was her?" She gives me a confused look before quickly saying, "I've seen that lady with my own eyes, sweetie." I say, "I seen her with my own eyes just 15 or 20 minutes ago. Miss Tate, I don't know if this was supposed to be a joke or what, but you need to give this up." She looked dumbfounded and we nearly had a bad argument, and I said, "Let's go to her room right now." She repeatedly says, "I'm not going. You can go all you want." She was saying she was never going in that room again. Now Miss Tate cooled down and she actually showed me all the proof and paperwork, and now I'm literally lost for words. I never even got that woman's name. Miss Tate told me she suffered from extreme schizophrenia and dementia. Also, she had a very sad last half of her life. So at my high school, built above the church is a library. Nothing too big, about the size of a basketball court. At the back of the library is a small room for teachers only. He goes into the room, closes the door behind him, and starts grading for the night. Because of how late it was in the papers he was grading, he eventually nods off and only wakes up because he hears rustling coming from the other room. Thinking it's some students up to no good, he yells, "No one is supposed to be here this late, you guys. You're going to be in trouble." The rustling stops, but the door starts shaking like someone is trying to get in. He yells louder, the door shakes harder. He starts to think that these aren't students and might be something more sinister, so he just starts praying. Eventually, the door stops shaking and he gets up and looks through the keyhole to see who was doing all this. As he looks through the hole, he sees the room empty, but a shade of red. He falls back and starts praying till the sun comes up. When the sun comes up, he opens the door, runs through the library, down the stairs and out the church. He runs into the security guard and asks him if he saw anything strange last night. The guard says, "Yes, I saw a demon with red eyes through the window of the library last night, so I didn't go near there." After I heard that, I never used that library for the rest of my time there. Barely graduated. When I was in the age span of 2 to 8, I had an imaginary friend named Nobody. It all started with me and my mom moving into an apartment above a disco. My mum went to work while I went to the kindergarten, and because I didn't have a lot of friends back then, I mostly played alone when I came home. One day, my mother told me she heard strange noises from my room. It was me speaking to someone. When she asked who I was speaking to, I always answered, "Nobody." My mom didn't take it seriously because it was normal for children at my age to have an imaginary friend. Things got serious though when after a few weeks I started to stay awake during nights. I stopped eating and also was too scared to enter my home. When my mom asked me what's wrong, I only said that she is scaring me. And when my mom asked who she is, I answered again, "Nobody." After a week everything seemed fine again. But Mom was concerned, so she asked me about Nobody. What did she look like? She had shoulder-long brown hair, was really tall, had a hole in her head, and a lot of blood on her body. What did she do? She mostly just stood there, watching me, and when I asked her questions, she either nodded or shook her head. Did she tell you anything? No, she doesn't speak. My mom wanted to find out more about our apartment, because all this started when we moved here. Turns out, in the next apartment, a woman got shot by her husband because he thought she had cheated on him. She told me that my description matched with the woman who got murdered. Now my mom never told me about anything else including her, and I hardly remember her. All I know is how she died, when I stopped seeing her, and that when I was 8 and at grandma, I ran up to her when we were taking a walk. I pointed at the water and screamed, "She's dead! She fell in the water and drowned!" I don't know what that means, but yeah, that's my story. I work in a school here in Germany, which is from grade 5 to grade 13. Back then, it used to be another school, but they changed it after a fire in our school's gym. I worked as a social assistant for the afternoon classes, and ever since I started, I felt a presence in the halls of one specific building, Building C. It all started when I heard complaints from the clean ladies that our faucets ran only and start running. It confused me a bit because at that day, no one used the bathrooms. It got worse, doors and windows locking and unlocking. Most windows have these little locks that you pull down so no one can open it, but we found those unlocked several times after locking them. Lights break even after the janitors fix them, especially one specific light near our office. Things always go missing, mostly keys or keychains, just to find them hidden at random places. We're all still looking for that one key. We have a glass door in front of our bookcase, and when we close it, it's usually open again after a few hours with dirty handprints on it, even though no children were there. No one quite believes me, but I'm thinking we're dealing with a trickster spirit here that just loves to mess with us. Lately, it started to be more active again ever since the kids came back from their online meetings. It was less active during quarantine, only locking it, unlocking a few windows, and that's it. I also heard it knocking against the tiles in the bathrooms, where I presume it is often, as most complaints come from the female bathrooms in the buildings, such as knocking or locking the doors or the faucets. Before we moved to the countryside, my mum, brother and I used to live in a village in West Sussex, England. The houses weren't very old at all, just standard council houses that were probably built in the 70s. But I always seemed to have odd experiences. My mum and brother were immune. First experience, when I was very young, around 3 or 4 years old. I was in bed awake and I remember a hand came out of the wall and grabbed me by my left wrist. It looked like a man's hand and was surrounded by a green glow, almost like a haze. I had jumped upright and can, even to this day, distinctly remember basically wrestling this thing off me and running straight to my mum's room to say what had happened. I can still remember the pressure on my left wrist. Now, I'm very cynical. I would say that this was just a dream. But something which has seemed odd to this day is that even as I ran to my mum's room, the hand was still hanging out of my wall, visible. I slept in her room for a while after that. Experience 2. Often when I was trying to sleep in my mum's room, I would struggle to doze off. I can remember often hearing the noise of Victorian-style horse and carts. Although this isn't as clear in my memory as the first experience, there was a time where I saw one almost seeming to fly into the room. It was white and almost see-through. I may have been dreaming, but who knows? I would love to know if anyone has had any similar experiences, especially with the first one. As mentioned, my mum and brother never saw anything, but along with the fact that I could still see the hand in the wall afterwards, the fact that I've always remembered this experience makes me feel like it was more than a dream. I live alone with 2 cats and don't really get along and often fight. I let them have free range of the apartment, which means they can be on the counters or cupboards while not in use, and I disinfect the surfaces when I use. My boyfriend often stays the night as well, but he doesn't notice anything. The first time I noticed something was up was when I was playing my electronic piano keyboard. I had my keyboard set up with the power cord stretched out so I could sit on my couch and play on it. I was being lazy that day, but it still had a little slack. Well, I messed up and started over for like the 50th time, and it felt like my power cord was ripped from the keyboard. At first I thought it was the cats, so I yelled at them like, "Hey, stop that." But my cats weren't close enough to the power cord at the time to make it pull out like that. The next event was when I was sleeping. I don't have an AC in my bedroom, and the one in the living room doesn't reach the bedroom very well, so during the summer, I sleep in the living room to keep cool. When I moved out of my parents' house, I was supposed to trade them my old twin bed for a queen bed, but they never picked up the twin bed, so I kept it and made it into a couch, which is convenient when I have guests over, or when I don't feel like sleeping in the bedroom. My cats have gotten into multiple fights under my couch, making it shake, so when I woke up in the middle of the night to that couch shaking, I thought it was them fighting. So I called out, still having my eyes closed, "Stop that," and it did stop. When I opened my eyes, my male cat was laying right by my left knee, and my female cat was on top of the cupboards. I was thinking, what the fuck? But then I went back to sleep without a thought. Another event was when my boyfriend was staying the night, but he didn't think of it. We were sleeping in the living room. I have my wall clock set up right above the couch, so when I woke in the middle of the night for no reason, I looked up at the clock. Not to check the time, but because it was the first thing I saw when I woke up. I stared at it for a minute, and my clock just dropped straight down. The top of the daybed frame caught it and broke a little of the bottom frame, so it didn't land on me or my boyfriend. I screamed because I thought it was going to hit me and my boyfriend. Said my scream and the crash woke him. He hung it up for me again the next morning. I started to sleep in the bedroom again, but with the door open and a fan in the doorway to circulate the cold air into the bedroom. My bed frame is a dresser platform frame, but most of the drawers are broken, so I don't use them unless for storage. After I cleaned the whole apartment, I noticed the middle drawer on the left side was open, so I closed it. I thought it was the cat because they have opened cupboards and drawers before, so I brushed it off. The last time my boyfriend stayed the night, the same drawer was open, so I closed it before we left to bum around. We came back because I left something and he needed the restroom. I went to the bedroom to look for what I'd forgotten, and that same drawer was open again. But this time the one behind it was open too. Now this drawer is so broken, the tracks are bent and one is missing, and the bottom of the drawer is missing. I struggled to get it open and closed, and this drawer was open just as much as the first one, and was sitting perfectly straight. I was like, what the fuck? I went to close the drawers again, and this broken drawer falls off balance the moment I touch it, making me have to pick it up and shimmy it back in there. I finally told my boyfriend about these experiences, and he doesn't believe me. When I came back later that night, those drawers were opened again, but only slightly, and my closet door was opened. I woke the other day and a rock I have sitting on my counter as decoration was on the ground like 3 feet away from where it was. Yesterday my air-sea airflow levers were facing inwards and I have them angled out. Today, after I got home from work, the broken drawer was slightly opened again. I don't know what to do, or why this is suddenly happening. So when I was about 4 years old, I had 2 ghost experiences that I want to share. It was very late at night, probably past midnight, and I suddenly woke up from my sleep. I'm not sure why I did this, but I had the sudden urge to look outside my window. My house is located at kind of an intersection. There's a street to the left, to the right, and one straight ahead. This window was facing the street straight ahead of me. I looked out the window and I see this white lady. What I mean by white lady is that she was wearing a white long gown. She had long black hair that covered her face and she was kind of glowing. Not like a bright blinding glow, but a dim glow. Or at least in contrast to the night sky she was glowing. I remember just staring at her and her facing me, possibly staring at me too. I didn't feel much emotion. I wasn't scared, frightened, or even weirded out. I was just staring at her until I stopped and went back to bed. The second encounter was pretty similar. I woke up late at night and felt the urge to look outside. But this time, I wasn't in my bedroom. At that time I was living in the Philippines, and at night it gets pretty hot, so my grandparents decided that we could put a bed on our balcony. This balcony was on the 2nd floor and the house had 3 floors. So I go to the ledge of the balcony and I see the white lady again. This time she was on the street that is to the left of my house. She was just standing there facing me, and I was just staring at her for who knows how long until I went back to sleep on my bed. I remember these encounters pretty vividly, even though I was pretty young. Do y'all think it was a ghost or an actual lady? Maybe it was a spirit from a family member. To start off, I'm in the US military and worked at a naval air station that is in the middle of nowhere in Nevada. It's the base where they filmed the Top Gun movies in the 80s. I was a corpsman there, and at the time of my experience, I worked in the clinic. For a week at a time every month or so, at night I had duty to make sure things were locked properly and immunizations were kept cool. Real simple and pointless shit to keep us busy. The clinic had a patient waiting area in the middle, surrounding it is a pharmacy and a lab, as well as dental and medical home ports with immunizations on the way back. One night while I was on duty, I felt a strange presence. Like I wasn't alone and I felt eyes on me while I was doing my rounds. Mind you, it was dark enough to where you can't see, but light enough to where you can make out shapes and shadows. At the front desk for medical home ports, there's a phone alarm that goes off and one of the emergency calls are pulled in the bathrooms. I was in the back closing all the doors due to people leaving them open during the workday. I hear the phone go off. The alarm is loud and has an earth-shattering tone. Being the only person in the clinic at the time, I practically shit myself. I shakenly walked to the front desk, checked the phone. It said E6IMZ. I let out one single word and it was tight. Naturally, I walk over to the immunization department and open its door. Inside is a desk, the refrigerator with the IMS, a back room with a patient bed, another desk and a bathroom. Above the bathroom is a flashing light indicating the cord was pulled. I opened the door. No lights were on. The cord wasn't pulled. As I turned around, the door I used to enter the IMS department slams shut. The hair on the back of my neck stood up and I ran out, leaving the IMS unlocked. I quickly locked up the clinic and got the hell out of there for the night. I told my co-workers about this experience the next day, and they weren't surprised. They say there's a little girl who runs through the halls late at night, as well as a man who reads a paper in the waiting room. The dental tech also stated that the lights in the dental consult constantly turn themselves on. Every time I had duty there, I feel like I'm being watched. This time is not in the military clinic. This took place when I was in about a junior or sophomore in high school. Growing up, I lived in a small farm town in Illinois that has been around since the late 1800s. There's a ton of grave sites around and cornfields. One summer evening, my friend and I were riding our bikes down a trail and stumbled upon a gated graveyard that was surrounded by a forest and no houses or train tracks for a few miles. We went into it to see if we knew any names. The oldest grave dated back to the late 1700s and the youngest was 1920. The names on the grave sites were all similar, so we assumed it was a private family graveyard. As we continued to explore, I felt very uneasy, as if I was disturbing the peace of the area. Next thing you know, we hear 3 distinct whistle blows from a child's train whistle you would buy at a Native American trading post, or a knick-knack store in a touristy area. The whistle was coming from inside the forest and kept getting closer to the grave site, always coming in 3s. Choo choo choo. After hearing the sound approaching, we hightailed it out of there, never to return. Never came to mind what was making these sounds due to us being nowhere near a train track, accessible road by car, or playground area. Only explanation is someone waiting in the forest for another person to come by to scare. Or it was some ghost child messing around.
I was a CNA working third shift at an end-of-life senior care facility in Upper Michigan near Lake Huron. The hours were usually quiet as everybody was in bed or heading there and meals were over. The overnight job entailed lots of cleaning, mopping, dusting and prepping for breakfast at 8 a.m, as well as answering night calls or being on death watch every 15 minutes. Those were the worst as you knew death was soon. One resident was close, but could linger for days, the doctor said. People said and did the oddest things at those last gasps too. Needless to say, it was not an easy job, but the pay sucked equally as well. Small town blues for job prospects. Watching other people's family members die is not for the faint of heart. It's the constant reminder of life's worst part and the limited time we've been given. One of my favourite co-workers with a great upbeat attitude, Val and I shared this night shift together. We knew our preferred tasks and set about them happily, chatting to each other in the dining room, getting it ready for breakfast. Val needed to use the one nearby employee toilet for an extended stay, so I proceeded to mop the opposite hallway facing the nurse's station and bathroom where Val was. I mopped backwards, pulling rather than pushing so I don't leave footprints. So naturally, I don't see where the carpet begins and I need to dip my mop to turn my direction until my shoe heel hits the edge. I can mindlessly do this while looking around the hallway. I was in the process of dipping and squishing my mop when a form caught my eye in the hallway arc entrance to the doors leading to both the nurse's station and opposite the bathroom where Val was. I thought it was her returned back to the floor refreshed and unburdened of previous meals. Nope. What I saw gave me great open-mouthed, silent scream pause. Peeking and stretching out across part of the hallway ceiling, maybe 15 feet long, into the main taller hallway where I stood frozen, was a dark human shadow from all smoky and eyeless. It stayed there for maybe 2 or 4 seconds, and then zip, it shot back into the hallway. I stood there scared, silent and immobile as I heard the bathroom door open. Val screamed, then slammed the door again. I heard her call my name through the closed door and slowly crept to the hallway to see nothing there but the doors to the nurse's station, the bathroom, and now the break room across from the utility closet where the cleaning supplies lived. The hallway was clear. I called Val's name from outside the door, knocking too. She asked, "Is it gone?" I responded quietly, "Yes." "What did you see? Because I saw something. Get out here now. Don't leave me alone with that." Val came out and grabbed me in a hug so hard I knew she was scared. She shook, saying that she opened the bathroom door, which should have seen the nurse's station open door and part of the hallway. What she saw blocked the door and most of the wall. It was huge, filled the wall and was smoke black. She didn't see a top or face shape to it, but it blocked her exit like a smoky haze right against the door leaking in. So she slammed the door fast and screamed my name. We worked side by side the rest of our shift, never leaving each other's sight until it was time to leave. The morning shift supervisor wondered why we were both clocked out, then bolted in a huge hurry that day. Val told her about it later in a text message, saying she was taking a day off. Not sure if it was a Reaper, but we saw right after we clocked out, a resident died 5 minutes later. When I was 10 or 11, my friend brought out a Ouija board at her house. I didn't want any part of it because I believed in demons, but my friend and sister thought it was funny and asked it how old I'll be when I die. It said 14. Then they asked how, and it said black car. About 3 years later, when I was 14, other friends, ones who hadn't heard about the board and didn't know that friend, started saying they had dreams of me getting into car crashes or being hit while crossing the road. I immediately asked about the car each time, and they always said a black truck or big black dark coloured car. Multiple friends said this, and when I told them about what the board said, they were freaked out. Some will think it was my sister playing an elaborate joke, but this was 3 years after the board, and she's not a prankster, and neither are my friends. At least one would have for sure spilled the beans because they are bad liars and bad secret keepers. Anyway, they had these dreams for months and would tell them to me at lunch. Then another friend who was in a separate grade, meaning she didn't eat lunch with us and didn't know about the dreams or the board's prediction, was talking to us when she turned to me and said something like, "Hey, OP, I had a weird dream that I was at the funeral. Your siblings and parents were there, and we're all there, but you weren't. I'm not 100% sure whose funeral it was, but I'm pretty sure it was yours." This happened a few weeks before my 15th birthday, so I was freaked. Not long after my friend's dreams, my mom got a black car, and it made me even more scared. A big black Mercedes. Granted, there are a lot of black Mercedes cars in my town, but it still made me nervous. The weeks leading up to my 15th birthday consisted of me being extra careful crossing the streets and always wearing my seatbelt. I was relieved when my birthday came and passed, but it still haunts me. Okay, so I lived next door to my great-grandfather from 1990, when I was born, until he died in 2006. His wife Doreen had died 3 years prior to my birth, so I never met her, but I'd seen plenty of photos of her and heard stories from other family members. One day when I was about 5 or 6, me and my older brother were playing in my great-granddad's back garden, something we did a lot, when we both looked up to his bedroom window and saw Nana Doreen smiling and waving at us. We both just stood there, shocked, and I don't remember waving back at her or seeing her disappear. I just remember us running into the house and telling our mum, Nan, Grandad and great-granddad what we'd seen. The bedroom she was waving from was the one she died in. She had breast cancer and wanted to stay at home with the family because she didn't have a lot of time left. The weirdest thing though was her colour. The closest I can come to describing it is The Colour of the Ghosts in Blythe Spirit, 1945. A sort of greenish colour. I only saw that movie years later and I immediately thought of my encounter. I've had other experiences and heard a lot of creepy stories from family throughout the years, but that was the one that stands out in my life. This encounter happened over 20 years ago, and lately it's been heavy on my mind. I feel like if I told anyone I know in real life, they would think I'm crazy or just brush it off as a dream. It's been bugging me, and I just needed to talk about it with someone. When I was 6, my mom, aunt, and I went to a jewellery market in Little Saigon, a heavily populated Vietnamese area of Southern California. My mom and aunt were on the hunt for bargain jewellery for my aunt's upcoming wedding, and this was the place to get it. The jewellery market we were at was a huge warehouse, probably used for something else before, manufacturing or whatnot. But now, it was filled with rows of glass jewellery cases. Each jewellery case was manned by 1 or 2 Vietnamese people selling their selection of goods. This place wasn't fancy at all, very casual with most of the vendors in t-shirts and shorts. This is semi-important. As my mom and aunt went from the case to case, I did my usual hover kid thing where I just wandered and looked at things but stayed close to them. We reached the end of one row, toward the back side of the warehouse, and I don't know how, but I suddenly lost sight of them. I did a quick scan knowing they wouldn't be far, and at the back of the warehouse I saw a room. It reminded me of my uncle's warehouse office that juts out onto the floor, and I'm pretty sure that was this room used to be. This is when things get strange. The room had a window that looked out towards the warehouse floor, but it was covered with a curtain. The doorway was covered in crystal-like beads, you know, like the ones that drape down the doorway. And there was this glow, a super warm reddish orange glow emitting from it. I figured my mom and aunt went in there, so I decided to look. I felt really weird walking through the beads, but when I entered the room, the warm glow just hit me with like this energy, like a buzzing warm energy. And then I hear a man's voice say, "Hello, Elisa." Inside this room there were glass jewellery cases lining the walls and a tiny island case in the middle. Standing there were 3 tall Indian people, hands formally folded in front of them. They stood triangulated to one another, looking at me with an endearing expression, and it felt like they loved me. 2 of them were men in sharp suits with slick hair standing at the forefront. The other was a woman standing behind them in an elegant, gorgeous, deep blue dress with long, beautiful hair. They looked way too dressed up for this place. It was so odd seeing these jewellery salesmen standing in such close quarters, in such elegant attire. "It's so good to see you," the same man who spoke before said. To this day, his face is still clear to me. The other 2 have faded in my memory. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. He seemed genuinely happy to see me. He even looked like he might cry. Now, 6-year-old me was a bit confused. How do they know my name? What the heck are these people doing selling jewellery in a place like this? Anyway, my mum was obviously not here, and their incessant smiling and staring started to freak me out. So I said a polite, meek "hello," while slowly inching toward the side door exit. All the while, they were watching me and smiling. I went through the beaded curtain of the side doorway and back out onto the warehouse floor. I immediately spotted my mom and aunt at the end of one of the rows, looking into a jewellery case. I went over to them and tugged at my mom's shirt. "Mom, who are those people?" It took me a few attempts to get her attention. Woman is serious about her shopping. When I finally got her attention, I repeated, "Who are those people?" "Who?" "The people back there." I turned and pointed to the room, but when I looked back, the whole room was dark. Bead curtains and curtain over the window were gone. It was just black and empty. My mum just shook her head, "Not now," and continued perusing the case. I stared at the room and thought they must have closed shop, but not even a minute had gone by. I remember thinking, dang, they cleaned up quick. I patiently waited until my mom and aunt were done shopping so I could ask them about the three strangers. The explanation I came up with until then was that mom and aunt had passed through the room before me, and maybe in conversation they had told the strangers my name before I got there. Finally, they were done shopping, and being mild-mannered, ever-patient kid that I was, I waited until we were back in my mom's van, strapping in our seatbelts to ask again. Mom, who were those people? What people? Those people who knew my name. In the room in the back. My mom and aunt turned to face me and had this bewildered look on their faces. Elisa, what people are you talking about? I tried describing the room. Surely they would remember this particular shot that stuck out like a sore frickin' thumb from the others. Nope. Now I was increasingly getting frustrated because I thought they were messing with me and I just wanted them to fess up to it. The people in the room. They knew my name. Do you know them? I remember my mom and aunt were looking back at me in the car and then just slowly turning their heads to non-verbally say to each other, what the fuck? That whole exchange made me begin to think maybe this wasn't a prank of their doing after all. Finally, my mom huffed with a nervous laughter. Elisa, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I let it go. On the ride home, I just chalked up to being a pretty cool magic trick. I loved watching street magicians on TV, and it reminded me of the tricks where the magician figures out the name of the person and writes it on a card or something. That thought actually made me pretty giddy on the ride home. I thought it was cool I got to experience a magic trick. I have a pretty unique name, so colour me impressed, jewellery salesman. That was the first and last time I ever saw those people. I don't really think about this encounter until recent years. I had a dream that reminded me of it, and now I can't stop thinking about it. Looking back, I think it was more than a simple street magic trick. Like, something more paranormal was at work. So right now I'm on vacation with my dad and his wife in the Austrian Alps. It's beautiful here. In a small hut on the side of a mountain, really far out. And after a long day of running around in Innsbruck, I was browsing Reddit till exactly 0:43 a.m. when we had a blackout. The lights flickered and went out, and then my phone stopped charging. Naturally, I thought it was late and I couldn't be bothered to investigate, so I went to sleep. Though, not 2 minutes later, I hear steps outside the door on the gravel road. This stuff creeps me out. So I just put my wallet, my phone, and a little knife I keep around for utility next to me in bed. Anyways, the steps came closer, or that was the illusion, and I even heard them right next to my window once. They were parallel to the others, so they were coming from a different source. Anyways, they didn't stop or change, so I started to evaluate, and 4 ways came to mind. It was the goats pulling grass outside of the field right outside the door. It was a wild animal lurking around the house for some reason. It was the farmer of the cows. Yes, there's a cow shed beneath our vacation apartment, being worried for his livestock because they need electricity, I guess. Or obviously, anything paranormal. Though number 4 sounds the coolest, I'd really like it not to be the answer because, as I said, I hate stuff like this. Update while writing. Now my dad has gone to the bathroom and it scared the shit out of me. Holy shit, now the dog started barking as shit. My parents are still kind of asleep, so I can't really investigate, but in conclusion, now I think it's a mix between 1 and 2. I think I heard some animal noises outside before. No hissing or stuff, but something close to barking. Are there wolves here? Anyways, I will try to sleep now. My dad also reassured me that it's probably the goats and it's fine. I can't sleep and anything else happens. I'll try to keep you updated. I never considered myself a spiritual person until this past week. What I'm about to write is true, and the events did indeed happen. I cannot make any of this up. This involves my mom and my girlfriend of 11 months, who are both very spiritual people close to God. My girlfriend, we'll call her Jay for now, had a near-death experience once and currently has a substance abuse problem. Both of these women have contributed to one of the most scary, confusing, and mind-bending weeks of my life. For years now, my mom has always been a very spiritual person. She always went to church, read her Bible, refrained from watching horror movies, played her gospel songs. She strongly believed a family member of ours had roots on her, voodoo, black magic, etc. This belief went on for years, destroying the relationship with my cousins who I was close with, since their mom was the prime suspect of my mom's accusations of witchcraft. I always would hear my mom chase these ghosts away from her house, telling them to get out, and would constantly be in her head. Things would get worse, and eventually we moved from New York City to South Carolina since my dad's job moved down there. We figured a change of scenery would help her, but we soon realized that sometimes it's not the house that's haunted, but it's the people. My oldest sister and her kids and husband all came down to Myrtle Beach for the 4th of July weekend. We had a blast and everyone was taken care of. The vacation ended and it was time for our lives to go back to normal. The Saturday after, I hear my mom talking to herself. She does this frequently and I'm sort of used to it. But this time, it sounded like she was having a conversation. Usually she chases the ghosts away or prays or sings her gospel song. But this was as if she was having a conversation with someone. I ignored it since I was getting used to it. Days passed and I spent time with Jay. She's been getting off of substances, so she's homebound and eating and sleeping a lot. She got into trouble recently and her car is currently at a trap house. So I have to drive 30 minutes to her home to spend time with her and buy her food and hang out. One night I was coming home, I think it was Tuesday, and my siblings were texting me in a group chat, "What's the surprise?" I didn't know of any surprise, but they claimed Mom had been calling them all week laughing, saying she had a surprise for them, and how they need to book their flights ASAP to come down, and to not worry about the tickets because they will be paid back, and how my sister will have to sell her car because she will get a new one. We were all wondering what the surprise was. The next day, I asked Dad if he knew anything of this surprise. Dad said he doesn't know anything. My sister already knew what this was when she heard that. She was having another attack. Me and Dad came home from work and had a talk with Mom. I recorded her response so I can share it with my siblings, and I have a link to the drive file if anyone is interested. I've never been scared and worried and sad at the same time, but my mom's response invoked all of those emotions. She said she had defeated them, and her reward will be given to her. Money, cars, riches. If we go back to last year, August, when I first started seeing Jay, the first night I came home around 1 after midnight, Mom was waiting for me in the hallways, scared. She asked where I was, and she was freaking out. I figured she would be mad since she would think I was out partying with someone, so I told her I was by myself. That made it even worse. She explained to me later that week that there's things trying to get in contact with her, and how they torment her and want her to feed them and house them. She was also worried about me specifically because they told her that he's my friend now, and how they would steal me from her. So she was worried those things went in my head and pulled me out of the house. But I told her, no, Mom, I was with a friend. She asked if I was sure. I said yes, I was with a girl. She says okay. Then life went on. So fast forward to the present, my mom says she's defeated these beings and her reward will be coming. My siblings and I were seriously thinking about schizophrenia or some sort of psychosis. That night was a nightmare. I laid frozen in bed, had panic attacks, heard voices, even had a sleep paralysis attack. I heard Mom waking up frequently at night, opening the garage door and guest bedroom doors, and turning the hallway lights on and off. Then she would go to bed, and she would wake up and do it again. I lay frozen from fear in bed. That morning, I asked her, "What was that all about, Mom?" She says, "Oh, that. They were here last night." I asked her who, and she said, "them." I asked, "Well, where are they?" She said that they were hiding from me and Dad to surprise us. I told her they weren't real. She said they are, hearing what I'm saying for. They're in a room with us. I asked her how come I can't hear them. She said, well, you can't hear them if you're the one they're talking to. The day went on as it should, and I called her from work, checking up on her, and she seemed fine. When I came home, she said her stomach hurts, and I gave her 2 pills to calm her down since I figured she was stressed. I later found out she didn't take them. I went to see Jay and I told her the story. I told her how Mom said that she's afraid to go outside because they said they will get her. Jay said, how is that any different than you? That hit me hard because I do consider myself a homebody and I do not like to go outside. But can it be for the same reasons my mom doesn't want to? How are my fears any different? I spent some time then rushed home because I did not want to stay out too late. That night was normal. That was Thursday night. Friday came and it was mostly normal up until around 4:30ish at work. I was loading up the UPS truck, and when we finished, I saw this weird man approaching. I didn't see which car he came in, or if he came in a car at all. Dark-skinned, eyes were yellow, missing teeth. Really looked off. He held a black string in his hand, and his eyes kept looking at the factory I worked in, as if he was scouting the place out. He asked me if I knew any places for car parts, since all the places close at 4:30. I say nah. This is a bike factory. Try looking across the street. He looked one more time at the factory and was playing with the string in his hand and said, okay. He walked away. He had a huge knot on the back of his neck. He really did not seem right. Later that day, it's Friday night. Mom seemed okay and I went over to Jay. We were driving and I always have Spotify playing in my car. I forgot the exact song that we're playing, but a Green Day song played, and Jay said to skip it, and I did. The next song was Guggenheim Wax Museum by the experimental band Have a Nice Life. I liked that song and waited for it to start playing, but it never did. It was silent for half a minute. I decided to restart it, and still nothing. However, I skipped and the next song played perfectly fine. So I skipped back and all of a sudden, Spotify froze. And when it came back on, I Thought About Killing You by Kanye started playing. Out of nowhere. I didn't add it to the queue. I didn't add it to the playlist. Spotify did not restart and refresh the queue, since the song that played before and after were the same before it froze. It's as if that song popped in and out of existence out of nowhere. And the lyrics said, today I seriously thought about killing you. Premeditated murder. I thought to myself, is this a sign? Who's trying to kill me? Was that a coincidence? Then I remembered earlier that day when that weird man approached me. And if that was the murder attempt on me. The night went normal and I came home, then woke up Saturday morning. Dad went to work and I stayed home with Mom. And she was pacing the house back and forth, slamming doors, talking to herself, whisper shouting, opening the garbage can. I was getting annoyed at this point. She called my dad at work, panicking and telling him to throw away his lunch bag in the garbage ASAP. Dad ignored it, of course. My siblings called throughout the day to check up on her, and she said everything's fine. Then I took a nap and went to pick up Dad from work. Before I went, I decided to check the garbage bin. I had seen that she'd thrown away some of her clothes towel, a whole watermelon, honeydew, fresh apples, pineapple, Pop-Tarts, all fresh. Nothing wrong with them, and she just threw them away. I was pissed. I went to pick Dad up, and when we came home, I showed him, and he was pissed as well. We had to talk to her, and told her we was taking her to the doctors right now. She agreed to go. Doctors care had told us they couldn't help us, and how we need to go to the emergency room. She didn't want to go, and said that she promised she will stop. After some convincing, we decided to take her home, and I stopped by Walmart to get her some over-the-counter stress and anxiety meds. We got home, and she took 2 of them, and I rested. I went to pick Jay, and she was going to be spending the night with me. First, we went to her friend's house by the beach. I was told her friend has similar psychotic episodes and usually takes trazodone. So she gave us her entire bottle of prescriptions and I thanked her. Me and Jay come home and she was super clingy. I'm not sure if it's because she's finally sober or if she needs me to get her car back. But she was extremely clingy. She was always possessive and overattached, but this was even stronger. The next part is very disturbing. So weeks back, we both grew worried since her missed a period. But this is normal for her. She had PCOS, which causes irregular periods. Also, the drugs could be involved. But earlier in the week, she said that she had her period finally. So that Saturday, she called me in the bathroom to see something and said, "Look." I looked in the toilet bowl and see a small bean-shaped object with strings and all. She says, "That's the embryo." I was so confused. She then explained to me the reason why she quit using drugs was because she was 2 weeks pregnant and informed by the doctors, and she had a miscarriage, which was why she was at home eating and sleeping all day. And it's just now that the embryo finally came out. I was confused. Whether I was the father or not, I had no idea. But it's weird my mom starts acting up at the same time out of nowhere. We were at the swimming pool at my neighborhood clubhouse and she started talking about having a baby and her wanting me to impregnate her. I'm like, "What's gone into you?" She was hugging me and saying, "Come on, don't you want a baby?" I said, "No. I think I'm too young, honestly. I'm 22 and she's 32. And I still can't wrap my head around the fact that I just saw a potential son of mine die. And she keeps insisting, whispering in my ear, how she will steal from me and now I'm hers. There was another family at the pool and there was a cute little one there. And she's like, "Oh, look at that. Don't you want that?" I said, "I do, but not now." Then she started acting very seductive, but I made sure not to give in to temptation and not to impregnate her. Sunday morning, Jay has been eating and drinking non-stop. Symptoms of withdrawal or miscarriage, I'm assuming. My siblings texted me to go with my mom to church and asked the pastor himself to pray for us and see if we can get him to pray for the house. I went with them and Jay stayed home watching Netflix and eating and sleeping until we came back. At the end of church, the pastor prayed for us and didn't have any anointing oil. He was also going to be out of town this week. He touched my hand while praying. I was always a little skeptic and agnostic, but I did this for my mom and her peace of mind. We came home and everything was fine. Me and Jay went to the pool again and came back. Then we sat outside and she smoked a cigarette. My mom came out and they were talking. My mom asked her if she was doing good now, in terms of being sober. She said yeah, she's been feeling much better and now she's been eating a lot. My mom's like, "Oh really?" I figured she'd think that Jay was just one of them, since they constantly want to be fed and housed. Parallels make so much sense. It was getting late, so I decided to drop Jay back home. We stopped by her mom's house and then went to her house. It was raining and her house was a mess, as always. Throughout the ride, she was pouring herself out to me, and she said that she was sad because she was miss me and she loves me dearly. I felt so bad for leaving her in this condition. I put the TV on for her, helped take the garbage out, and made sure she was comfortable. It was not a nice place to live in the terms of condition. We heard knocks on the window, and she believes she's been watched, as well as and there's people that will be disturbing her. I told her I will circle around her house before I leave. She says no point. They are trained to do this. You won't see them. She usually hallucinates stuff when she's under the influence, but I'm just glad she's sober. I said goodbye and circled the house. I saw no one. My heart felt so bad to leave her there by herself, and the rain made it worse. I drive home, I'm about to turn right, and my car hydroplaned, and I overcorrected, and ran headfirst into a car waiting at the light to turn left. I gave up at that point. My car was still drivable, but the person's car I hit had to be towed. The guilt killed me. My lights won't work and the hood won't open, so I can't use the car. I went home and my mom consoled me and told me she understands. She also told me to stay away from Jay. I told her she wasn't even in the car with me. My dad insisted the same thing too. I don't know what's going on, but I flashed back to Friday evening when my car started playing I Thought About Killing You randomly. My side of the car got hit, but I was wondering if the pastor's touch and prayer familiar protected me. So here I am, sitting on my self-requested day off, cars at the body shop. I have to hitch rides with co-workers, and my co-worker's mom still pacing the house whisper shouting. Hitting the air with a broom and bouncing a ball up and down, I give up. And the more I think of the last week, the more confused I get. So much to unpack, and I'm feeling really down. Can someone help me to understand what is going on here? Is this a string of bad luck and coincidences? Or is there something more sinister going on?
So this happened when I was around 14 or 15. It was around midday, and me and an old friend were hanging out in my childhood bedroom, and we happened to be talking about fears and nightmares. I was telling her that I get freaked out by the cupboards above my wardrobe. My wardrobe was built into the wall with small but wide cupboards above. After asking me why it would freak me out so much, I began to explain that it was because I always felt like I was being watched from the right cupboard. I told her how I once had a dream that something or someone lived in there and would come down to observe me in bed and would occasionally sit on my chest. I would usually wake up finding it hard to breathe. I told her how the person was tall and humanoid but had an animalistic behaviour, and the most terrifying detail, it had no features, no eyes, no mouth, slits for nostrils and weirdly human ears. Like some sort of aquatic-like skin creature. After telling her this, I was laid on my bed at the time, of which faced in the direction of the cupboard. My eyes were almost immediately drawn to the cupboard, and that's when an inhuman wave of dread and fear washed over me. I started seeing it. The cupboard doors were creaking open and it began to almost spider walk down to the floor before pouncing on my chest. And that's when I realised I was crying. Not a dramatic stream of tears, just silent droplets running down my cheeks. 1 minute I was drowning in fear. The next, everything was fine. My friend now grabbing my shoulders, worry in her eyes. Confused, I glanced over to the cupboard. It was shut, with no sign it was ever open. I asked countless times if she'd been seen what had happened, but to her it looked like I started having a panic attack. I had forgotten about it for a while, pushing it to the back of my mind like all the other bad memories. It was only until recently, when I had a similar feeling, that I remembered. Just to disclaim, I've never hallucinated before and have no record of ever doing so. I was perfectly awake, and apart from depression and anxiety, I have no other mental illnesses. I'm not really looking for answers, but if anyone can explain, I'd appreciate it. So this happened a few months ago. I was babysitting my baby brother late at night. I'd say around 11. I have a video baby monitor with me almost all the time, apart from this one time where I left it in my room whilst I went to go get a drink downstairs. Whilst downstairs, I hear a loud crash coming from my parents' room where he sleeps, and he's quite young. I also hear him crying. Obviously panicked, I rush up the stairs and find that my brother is sleeping soundly. But my parents' TV is on the floor and the screen is cracked. I put it back up and hoped my mum believed me that I had no idea how it fell. Considering it's quite heavy, on a stable surface and no cats could get in to knock it over, I was quite confused. Go forward a couple of minutes, I'm in my room, relieved that my brother is safe. And I feel this constant negative energy. Anxiety filled me and I swear I can feel eyes on me. But I knew no one was home. Soon after my parents return and I tell my mum what happened, she checked my brother and the TV, but found that the TV is fine, and so is my brother.
Our McDonald's pre-Global Panini by several years was a 24-hour store. As my wife worked until 3 a.m. and I was on her sleep schedule so she wouldn't be lonely, about 4 a.m. we were hungry and decided to grab some food. We ordered and were waiting at the window when we saw this guy walk up. I'm getting the nastiest feeling coming over me. Dread, despair, terror. I wanted to bolt from our car and run for my life. The guy just casually walked to the restaurant, and when he passed under the streetlights, I saw this thing floating behind him. It was freaky. About 6 feet tall, all black except for a large white face. The face had dark sunken eyes and multiple sharp teeth poking out between its lips. It had long arms with clawed hands on the man's shoulders, and below the hips it just dissipated, so no legs. My wife hasn't said anything, and usually isn't sensitive to the paranormal, so I didn't expect anything. But as the man walked out of the light, the thing vanished from sight, and I heard our car doors lock. I looked at my wife, who was pale, with wide eyes. She just goes, "Tell me you saw that." I confirmed, and we just watched the guy continue his walk and into the restaurant. Seeing it was scary. The fact that my wife could was absolutely terrifying. Haven't told my wife since she'd go ballistic. So I'm an insomniac and a pretty late sleeper. Maybe 2 to 3 hours on a good day. Well, I was for once asleep. Had been since the night before, which never happens. Suddenly I jarred awake because of this horrific pressure in my chest. My eyes open and I'm looking at my wife standing next to me. Except every part of her is white from her clothes to her hair. Except the eyes, which are bright red. And a freaking hand is in my chest. She gave this creepy smile and squeezes my heart, which starts fluttering in her hand. So besides this initial freakouts, I'm like, okay, sleep paralysis. Except then I realise I can freaking move. So I start thrashing against her and sit up, and she's still squeezing the life out of me. I look to my right and my actual wife right there, asleep and blissfully unaware. I feel the pressure stop and look back, and the thing is still there, but she just raises a bloody hand and waves at me, and then she's gone. I'm sitting up, scared out of my mind, and do what any rational person would do, and go make tea. Been dealing with paranormal my entire life. I'm so used to it, but this stuff can still get to me a bit. I don't know what that was, except that it wasn't my usual sleep paralysis, as it had none of the calling cards I've come to know. I don't know if there's anything that could have been done that we haven't already, and we can't use Christian ideology, as that sort of stuff makes me violently ill. I mean, I can't utter a prayer or creed, no crosses or Bibles. I just start spewing until it's removed. So when I, 34 male, was about 8 years old, I was woken up to the sound of my little sister vomiting. Of course, this also woke my parents. I remember the whole thing in detail, 98%. I admit that I was still groggy, but I remember my dad yelling my sister's name for some reason. Dad flipped on the hallway light and, while laying in bed, I looked out my open bedroom door. I saw a man, full body apparition, wearing a USMC dress uniform. He put a finger to his mouth like one to do a hush to shush someone. I stared at him for what seemed like a minute. It was probably only 10 or 20 seconds. I then turned my head for a brief moment, and when I looked back, it was gone. I told my dad about it a few days later, but he thought that I made up the whole story. I never knew my paternal grandfather, as he died in 1975, but he was drafted to the USMC during World War II. I never even saw a picture of him. Then about 10 years ago, my aunt gave my dad, uncle and grandfather an 8x10 reprint picture of Grandpa. I was in shock. The man that I saw all those years ago was my grandfather. It was the exact same uniform, the same facial features, everything. I didn't mention this to my dad or the rest of my family. So this didn't happen to me, but my close friend's little cousin. Let's call her A. She was 5 years old at the time, and I remember hearing about how her mom used to have encounters with the paranormal often. But as she got older, she shut them out. So I guess these talents were passed on to her daughter. One day, A was playing while her uncle B was watching her. He asked her who she was playing with, and she said it was her imaginary friend. It's not unnatural for our kids to have imaginary friends, so B didn't think much of it. What A didn't know is that many years ago, when B was a child, he had a friend named Corey. B and Corey were having a play date, and Corey borrowed a pair of B's shoes. When Corey went home, he was still wearing B's shoes, and he died in a car crash. B decided to leave the shoes on and buy Corey in them out of respect. Little A had never been told this information, as she was only 5 years old. This is the chilling part. She continues to talk about her imaginary friend, and B is engaging with her, until A stops, looks at B and says, "His name is Corey. He says he's sorry he still has your shoes." And this is not the only time I've heard stories like this from my friend, the cousin of A. A is now probably 13 or so, and I wonder if she still has these abilities. My grandmother lived with us for a few years, and when she would visit, she stayed in our guest bedroom. Because of old age, she had trouble going up the stairs, so we installed a stair lift. My grandma hated when anyone beside her used it, and being 10 or 11 years old, my friends and I thought it was fun, and they always wanted to use it. My grandma passed when I was 13. On my next birthday, 14, my friends all came over for my birthday party, and everyone lined up to use the stair lift. Since my grandma had passed away, it was no longer in use, and I figured, why not let my friends use it? I was standing at the top of the stairs, my friends at the bottom, with one person going up the stairs on the lift, when a ceramic framed painting suddenly jumped off the wall and shattered. It was right outside the room my grandma always stayed in. It was a painting hung in a way that you had to lift up off a wire in order to take it down, adding that the nail was at a sloped angle. Basically, there was no way gravity could have been the cause of the fall. I like to think it was my grandma coming back to say, "Don't use my stair lift," because it was something that truly bothered her. Either way, it wasn't scary, but comforting, knowing that she was still around, looking out for and watching us. This basically happened between 96 to 2002. I would assume closer to the 2000 mark, when I was about 4 or 5 years old. Now that I say that, I'm not sure, due to hearing about stuff like sleep paralysis, but I'll let you judge for yourself. What would happen is, every night when I was in my bed, I would always end up getting dragged from it and end up on the floor. Remembering it, I always thought I'd be safe on my bed. I have no idea what difference it would make, but no matter how much I fought, I would always end up on the floor. Now this happened every night. I can't remember when it began or when it ended. I'd assume when my family moved house, but every night I would get dragged from my bed, and on some occasions I would hear a lot of voices, as if I was in a crowded room. I also remember once hearing someone yeehaw like a cowboy. It proper scared the shit out of me, every time. I would shout for my mum loads of times and she would never come, so that's what makes me feel like it was a dream. Although she could have been hoping I'd just go back to sleep. The one thing I never did, which I don't know if I regret or I'm glad I didn't do, was actually turn to look at what was scaring me. I guess I thought it wouldn't hurt me if I didn't look or something. Lol. To start off, I haven't gotten much sleep for the past few months. My insomnia has gotten really bad, and my doctor's as if I'm medication seeking when I ask for help. Anyway, the house I am in currently, I know for a fact has some kind of beings living in this big hedge in the backyard. They've been seen all around the house though. I saw one on a snowy day run from behind my neighbour's parked RV, to behind one of those weird trees that looks like a bunch of skinny trees just growing from the same spot. I'm not sure the name of the specific type of tree, but the main point is you can see through the other side pretty easily because between the little trunks. Anyway, I saw what appeared to be a fat little man, about a foot tall, run from the RV to behind the tree, so without breaking eye contact with the tree in case whatever it was ran, I walked over to see if I could find footprints or something in case it was a rabbit, etc. I go to it, and of course, there's no footprints. Nothing in the tree. Not even a rabbit or squirrel. I knew what it was, but I just decided to leave it be and went back inside. A few months later, my little brother saw the same looking thing running between two of the same types of tree mentioned above, just on the other side of my house. All he said was it just looked like a tiny roundish man running, definitely on two legs, and again, no footprints. It was muddy that day, so if it was an animal, there should have been. It seems to me like they used those specific trees as some kind of portal or entryway to something. So that's the first being I had questions about. The second has been a lot more recently, and is why I mentioned at first that I have insomnia, because that very well could be what the cause of this was. Our minds are fragile things when not being cared for properly. Within the last month or so, I've seen this thing in my living room. I sleep in my living room because I have too much anxiety to sleep in the back end of my house, because I have babies, and if something were to happen, I feel like I wouldn't hear them. Both times I've seen this figure, I've been laying in bed trying to sleep. I'll roll over and look up my brick fireplace, and I'll see this tiny little humanoid type thing run for a split second. But it's not fast. It seems like it's a slow motion echo of a child running. I'm not very good at describing things, but I will try. It was transparent, but I could make out what seemed like bones. It honestly looked like an X-ray or ultrasound of a child. It was like a sheer white colour, like a ghostly skeleton in a way. It had a disproportionately large head and a tiny body. It couldn't have been more than 10 inches tall. As I mentioned before, it looked like I just saw a slow motion flash of this thing running. It just kind of dissipated after I saw it. I've seen this thing twice now in almost the same spot. The spots are maybe 5 to 10 inches away from each other. I saw it the first time almost a month ago, then last night as well. First, some background. I live in Melbourne, Australia, and my boyfriend was driving home around 6 PM after picking up dinner. I was sitting in the passenger seat as always. We both were watching the road, as it was wet and dark. It started pouring with rain, and my partner held my hand. Romantic, I know, as he drove home. This was only a short trip and wasn't supposed to turn into anything large. A second after we started holding hands, out of nowhere came this bright, shining light right next to the passenger side where I was sitting. It was a figure taller than his car. He has a Holden Colorado for reference, pretty much a big truck. It was almost like someone walking next to the car. However, it came out the middle of nowhere. There were cars surrounding us, and we had the headlights on, so we would have seen it coming. We were going about 65 or 70 kilometers an hour for reference. Here's the weird part. This 6-7 foot tall figure had a shining light as its face and a blue long sleeve shirt on. It was almost walking into the car. We both saw it. We both immediately reacted thinking we just hit someone or cyclists because it had a headlight. Then it disappeared. Looking in the reverse mirrors, there was no light or figure. We were both so shocked and had both experienced shivers as we saw it try to make sense of what it was. Because we both saw it, we felt spooked. Originally, I thought it was some weirdo who was walking on the road. But we would have hit him, and he came out of nowhere. I kept looking at the road and footpaths and saw 2 walkers clearly visible 20 meters down the road. This is what a normal walker would have looked like. So, I think we have a ghost. Would love to know if anyone has any explanations.
To start this story, I'm going to give you a little background information. The room these events had taken place in is my room at my grandparents' house. When I was younger, I hated sleeping in that room, and if I slept in there, my grandma would stay with me. So when I first came to live with them, I stayed downstairs on the couch until my grandma cleaned her room upstairs. She moved into the room across the hall, and I was told I could stay in my room. I was hesitant because there's always been this off feeling about that room and the basement. I refused to go to the basement, but this is my room and my grandma was just going to be right across the hall, so I decided it could be alright. It started out fine. I noticed some weird things about a week after I moved back up in there. In the morning, the chair that kept my closet door closed would be turned slightly, and the door would be ajar. It freaked me out, but I shrugged it off because I knew my grandparents wouldn't believe me or tell me I'm being crazy. This happened multiple mornings in a row for weeks. I decided to put a heavy box in front of the chair to hunker it down in place. It worked, but then that was when the bumps from the foot of the bed started. It would normally happen at around 1 or 2 in the morning. Bumps like someone ran into the bed. They started happening often too. It really freaked me out, but again I shrugged it off because I didn't want my grandparents to think I was insane. About a week or so of enduring the bumps, the pressure started. It felt like a cat was walking on the bed. That light, but it feels like hands and not feet or paws. I wouldn't even be writing this, but last night was horribly frightening. I went to bed early, about 9 o'clock, and my grandparents were in the basement's living room. It was fine up there for about an hour, and then the bumps to the bed started within minutes of me turning my phone light off. It was about 3 to 5 separate bumps, like when you go fishing and you pull the line back slightly to taunt the fish for a bite. It was like it was taunting and teasing me. I stayed completely still and the pressure near my legs started. It didn't feel comforting. It was scary and not evil, but not nice. I started praying in my head, Lord Jesus, thou art in heaven, please protect me from any harmful or evil entities within this space. Amen. I repeated this over and over again. Then I started feeling a second pressure over near my face. It should be known that I sleep with the covers over my head and earphones in, so I did not hear or see anything. I could feel the pressure on the blanket near my face. My face tinkled with energy. I kept repeating my prayer. I wanted to call out for my grandparents, but I was frozen in fear. Finally, after some time, the pressure near my face left. I got the courage then to move, and that was when the pressure near my feet left. I would like a normal explanation for this, but it's so odd, I can't really think of anything. It scares me that this is starting to happen, and I have no idea how to stop it. It was evening on Christmas Day, around 2012. I'm around 16 or 17, and my mum and I are driving back home after spending Christmas Day with our extended family in Greater London. Me and Mum lived alone with our dog Pika. We were just chatting away about Christmas, then the conversation moved on to Santa Claus, and we started talking about other mythical holiday creatures such as the Easter Bunny and Tooth Fairy. We talked for a while about how when I was young, my mum used to keep my baby teeth in a small jar with a blue fairy on top, very similar to this one. And I always remembered this jar from my childhood, but hadn't seen it for many years. I remembered that last time I had seen it, it was partly wrapped in black duct tape, obviously to stop it falling over. And if I had to estimate when this was, I would say several years before. Probably around the time we were moving house and were packing, around 2007, 5 years prior. We spoke for a while about baby teeth in this jar, my mum also stating that she hadn't seen it for a long time and hoped it wasn't lost during the process of our house move. I remember even saying that I thought it was a bit gross that my mum had kept all my teeth in the first place and that they're just sitting in the house somewhere. Anyway, this conversation went on for a while and then we moved on to talking about something else. We arrived home shortly after, walked in the front door and greeted my dog as usual. My mum walks into the kitchen and I follow immediately behind her. And there on the floor of the kitchen is the small jar, opened in two pieces and all these tiny baby teeth over the floor. My first reaction was to think that my mom was trying to spook me, although she has literally never played a prank on me in my whole life. But then I saw her face and realized she definitely wasn't. She immediately freaks out and starts ringing everyone she knows to tell them what's happened. My dog Pika was pretty old at this point, maybe 11 years, and was very docile when we'd leave the house. She literally would never go rummaging through belongings or anything like that. It wouldn't really be possible anyway, as most stuff is kept in drawers, cupboards that she couldn't access. When I was younger, I used to be obsessed with ghosts and all sorts of haunting shows. Now, I'd never particularly had a reason to believe my house was haunted, but one day my brother came home claiming to have found $10 out of nowhere. I'll never know for sure if he was just messing with me, but after curiosity got the best of me, I asked him where he really got the $10 from. Stupid me assumed maybe a friend. Perhaps he stole it from my parents' wallet. My parents never claimed to have been missing any money, however. Something they would definitely have voiced distraught about if they'd noticed we'd taken their cash. The story he gave me was that a young girl, about the age of 7, had followed him onto the school bus that afternoon. He'd never met this girl and had never seen her around at school, but she decided to sit in the seat in front of him. After riding the bus for a little while, she started to talk to him. Nobody else could see her, according to him, and other kids were giving him looks. Eventually, she handed him $10 with a note and then subsequently got off the bus at the next stop. I immediately assumed he was lying and laughed, of course. I asked him to show me the note, which he promptly pulled out from his room and passed me a tiny piece of paper. A shiver ran down my spine as the note wasn't in his handwriting, but in the handwriting of what I could only assume to be a young child that read, "I'll help you, but only this time." Which I believe was in response to the fact that my brother was begging my parents for a Zelda charm bracelet for months, which they refused to buy him. Given that he had $10 now, he could just buy it himself though. Of course, me being me was extremely intrigued by this, even if it seemed absurd. I suggested we make a makeshift Ouija board and see if we can contact anyone. So we wrote the alphabet on a piece of paper and grabbed a necklace to hover above the DIY board. My brother was interested too, so we decided it could be fun. Mind you, I was in 6th grade and he was in 4th at the time, so any sort of movement from the necklace caught our attention, and we immediately thought it was a ghost. After asking a few questions, the necklace began to move and shake. Either my brother was really good at tricking me by slowly sliding the necklace across the board, or it really was something paranormal. We were able to get a name, Kate. After asking dumb things like, "Do you watch me complete the Shadow Temple in Ocarina of Time?" and getting a yes, me and my brother decided to stop for the night after being creeped out. We'd never said goodbye before ending though. Eventually, playing with the board would be a daily occurrence. We'd thought we'd made a friend and truly believed that someone was talking to us. Me and my brother decided to take things a step further and try to record something. So, we got both our tablets, placed them in front of our TV, and hit record. The first thing I asked was, "If someone's here, move something in the room." Nothing. Okay, well, maybe a ghost is shy. We decided to ask the same question, but this time we said we'll leave the room to give it time. We went downstairs for 5 minutes, and when we got back upstairs, our tablets had both fallen to the floor and stopped recording. Maybe a coincidence? I mean, things fall, especially when you're not careful at placing them, so we brushed it off. In December of 6th grade, though, things got weird. I'd started hearing voices in my head claiming that they were the ghost I was talking to while playing the Ouija board. I'd gotten so scared one night, I'd grabbed the Bible one of my religious friends had gifted me. I'm not religious, and would sleep with it. Eventually, I told my mom that there was a ghost telling me scary things.
I won't go into detail as some of this was a little graphic. She and my dad argued for a while about whether or not I was schizophrenic and if I should see a therapist. So, out of fear, I never told them I was hearing voices again. But I'd space out, often talking and having conversations with this thing I believed to be a ghost. Eventually, I forgot about the ghost and we'd no longer talked. I will never know what that voice was, if I was genuinely insane, if they were just intrusive thoughts. I was just glad for it to have stopped. Nothing necessarily paranormal has happened to me since, besides my TV turning on randomly in the middle of the night, or the feeling of someone pushing my legs with some sort of unknown force every once in a while. I sum it up just to my imagination playing tricks on me now, but I do still have this looming feeling that ever since I've played with that Ouija board, I have some sort of spirit attached to me, following me. Not a bad one, but just a looming presence. I experienced a terrifying haunting for months when I was 18 years old, still living at my parents' house. This story could be useful for anyone reckless enough to dabble in the occult without protecting yourself. For context, it was the month of February, a cold, dark Canadian winter. I was between 2 sessions of uni, switching programs, so I had a full 4 months with nothing to do. I just broke up with my batshit crazy borderline girlfriend. Tried to leave her after 6 months of abusive relations, and she tried to kill herself, which she succeeded since she died twice at the hospital. She miraculously survived after weeks in a coma. I was left scarred and traumatized, angry and bitter at life because I really wanted this relationship and did everything I could to help her in vain. She leached and sucked out every possible positive vibe I had. Anyway, it's another subject, but it's important since I felt so dark and my energy was negative in this period of my life. I dabbed in the occult at this moment, still skeptical but determined by all means to prove to myself that it was all real. Read the Keys of Solomon, researched about many demons, famous cases, incantations, and the occult in general. One night, after focusing on Solomon, I asked out loud in my room to prove me it was all real. I'm not kidding when I tell you that activity started the same night. Closed the light, went under the cover. I felt a weight at my feet sitting on my bed. I was shook, but still under the impression I was just too into it and hallucinating. From there, it went from bad to worse. I started to hear whispers in my room, like 2 people hushing to each other. My dog, who always slept with me, would wake up frightened as soon as I would close the light and leave my room growling. It would always start with the weight, then whispers, then stuff being knocked out off my counters. If I would put a pillow on my ears, I would feel it lift from my ears, like a hand pulling it from my head. I started to sleep with earplugs. I would hear scratching inside my mattress and my bed would slightly shake. My fan was knocked on the ground and it culminated to both my closet doors opening violently. I would feel so oppressed. I could feel that something bad was going to happen, then bang. I was terrified to go to sleep and I would feel the opposite energy start as soon as it would get dark. I was under the impression the parasites that I invited in were here to frighten me and leech on me. I'd never had sleep paralysis except once in this bedroom after a dream where a possessed priest was standing on my bed, his hands cuffed by a chain on the ceiling and screaming. I was there to fight him and I saw the spirit left its body and it went straight for me. I got paralyzed against my closet doors and felt it trying to creep inside. I woke up paralyzed, trying to move out and broke off it. It lasted for months and tried to cleanse my room and nothing would work. I left my parents' house and was terrified it would follow me. It didn't, thank God. Be safe and careful, everyone. Don't invite anything and do not open doors you don't know how to close. I grew up in the same house since I was 3 years old and only moved to a new house about a year ago. A few creepy things happened in the years I lived there, and here are 3 short experiences before one longer one.
When I was in elementary school, there was a bump under the carpet where my closet doors used to be. I asked my parents about it and they told me it was probably just warped wood, but I was convinced it was a dead person and nobody could tell me otherwise. Ever since I can remember, I have felt a pressure on the foot of my bed before I fall asleep. The same sensation as someone walking or standing on your bed while you lie in it. I chalked it up to an overactive imagination, but ever since my family moved to this new house and I moved into my college dorms, I've not experienced the same sensation. When I was in middle school, I was getting ready for bed per usual. The way our old house is set up is a stairway leading up to a balcony looking over the living room and a long hallway leading to the only 3 bedrooms and a bathroom in the middle. I was walking towards the bathroom by the balcony. I turned and saw a large dark shadow jump from the balcony. I ran to the edge and looked down thinking it was my brother or my dad. Nothing was at the bottom and my dad walked out from his room and asked me what I was doing. I replied with a shocked, "Nothing." Maybe a year or two later, I was sitting in bed late at night, texting my friends as preteens do. My bed was a twin size with a mold metal frame and these wooden boards on the bottom to hold the mattress. I felt someone push hard up on the wooden boards and mattress. I heard the boards impact on the metal frame. This scared the absolute crap out of me. It took me about 10 minutes to get the courage to look under my bed, rationalizing it as a prank my older brother was playing on me. When I looked under, nothing was there. I kept the lights on that night. A little explanation of my room in the house I grew up in. I lived on the top right corner of the house, 2 windows, a wall shared with my parents' room, my closet wall connected to my brother's room, and 2 walls facing the outside, each with a window. We only had 1 tree in the front yard, of which I was nowhere close to, and my neighbours had a tree in their backyard, also unable to reach my room. I am also, if it wasn't clear, on the 2nd floor of the house. Keep this in mind. I was in high school sitting in bed one night, staying up late. I was about to fall asleep when I heard this long, loud, slow scratching on my wall facing the street. It begins at the wall separating me from my parents' room, continued, and ended up at where the closet started. It went back and forth probably 3 or 4 times and stopped. It started at exactly 11 o'clock. It scared the piss out of me, but I tried to chalk it up to mice. The same thing happened again the following night at the exact same time. This time there was a shadow in the window. I always kept my blinds closed since the street lights lit up my entire room, so you can imagine my horror when I looked at the window to see the well-defined shadow of some kind of creature as the sound of the long, terrible scratch filled my ears. I didn't move. I blinked and the shadow was gone and the scratching stopped. My heart was pounding out of my chest as I prayed to God to save me. The next night, I was over it. I put salt on the windows and hung a cross on the drawstring of the blinds. I stayed up until 11 waiting for the scratching. It never came, and I haven't heard it since. I can't rationalize this one. I want to get rid of every possibility of a situation before I blame ghosts, but I just can't explain this one.
So a number of years back, I acquired a house through my family. I won't bore you with the details, but it was through some pretty weird and convoluted circumstances itself. The house itself is very strange looking inside. Like, I'd best describe it as something from Alice in Wonderland meets Black Lodge from Twin Peaks. Lots of weird angles, weirdly sized rooms with no clear purpose, and decorating that looked like it came from somewhere who'd only read about how humans live in a book. More spiritually oriented folks who visited would variously claim it had a vaguely sinister, dark feel to it, while others would say it had a light and inviting energy. Not sure how much stock I put in any of that, but it's worth noting. The real weird stuff started early on. Within the first couple months, me and my housemate kept finding weird bits of writing all over the place. First, it was seemingly just names, all kinds of random personal names. Although the handwriting was neat, we figured it might have come from the kids of the family who lived there before us. But it's maybe worth noting most of it probably wasn't them writing their own names, at least, as the family that had lived there spoke Spanish and were Latino. And most of these were decidedly not Latino names. Like, I can't remember them all, but there was stuff like Gertrude and Siobhan, if I recall correctly. Also, we found probably over 15 of these names at least, and only 7 people lived in the house before us. I guess the kids might have just been scrawling random names they knew for some reason. But we then started finding other stuff, like whole sentences tucked away onto countertops or on baseboards, and eventually even on our furniture, like stuff that didn't come with the house. The sentences were never really threatening or anything, they were just strange and mostly nonsensical. Sometimes they looked like lyrics to songs, but they never came up as anything when I tried Googling them. Also, to be clear, the fact we kept finding these random scrawlings made zero sense, as sometimes we would swear they had showed up in places we'd already looked before. Almost like more of them were being made, and yet they all looked very similar in handwriting. A little wavy and childlike, but overall neat, neutral, legible. This was starting to feel more and more like the beginning of some stereotypical horror movie, but it still wasn't weird to really freak us out yet. We also had lots of stuff go missing, usually only to turn up later, often in a really weird place we were both sure neither of us had left it. But again, nothing too out of there yet. Also, there was some minor, maybe poltergeist-like activity early on, like objects seeming to jump off fixtures on their own, but again, nothing too major. There were pretty consistent electrical issues as well, including a microwave we had to keep unplugged because it had this habit of turning itself on, but probably just faulty wiring in an old house, right? No, you see, things really began to ramp up. I remember about a year after we moved in. I had gone on a road trip for a week and didn't get back until nearly 4 a.m. in the morning. And when I got back, I was greeted by a strange little nest of dried glass, with 3 roughly equal-sized but differently coloured rounded stones sitting in front of my front door. This was weird, but I assumed it was something one of my roommates, I had 3 by this point, had put out for one reason or another, and I didn't think too much of it. My friend I was travelling with noticed too when she was helping with bags, and again found it odd, but didn't think too much of it. So the next day I casually asked my housemate what was up with the little bed of grass and rocks. But they were all confused, as each of them had assumed I was the one who put it there. At this point, I assumed either my roommates or a friend of mine was playing a prank on me. A really strange prank, but a prank nonetheless. With this assumption, I did the whole, okay, nice one, you got me, assuming at least one of them would confess to their not-so-clever prank. But all of them insisted they had no part in it, and continued to for the rest of the time I knew them. And I'm inclined to believe them, as none were really the prank type, and would definitely have admitted it under duress. After all, it was about as harmless a prank as you can get. All of my friends I confronted said the same exact thing and never let up. And really, the only friend I could easily imagine coming up with such a weird and abstract prank was actually the one I was on a trip with. So obviously there was no way she had done it, and I'm completely certain it wasn't there when I left. And all my roommates said it wasn't even there the day before I got back. So really, that just left the possibility of it being the work of some random prankster in the neighbourhood. But there were problems with that too, such as the fact that these stones got moved and put back exactly the same on multiple occasions, until the whole thing creeped me out enough that I finally took them inside, which stopped them being put back again and again. But maybe was a mistake if you believe what they maybe tried to. Something. Who knows, I guess. And on top of that, I asked our incredibly nosy next door neighbour about it once, like if she'd been seeing anyone suss out our porch, and she said no, but she'd keep an eye out. And to be clear, she was retired and kept an eye on all things, all hours she was awake. And was a light sleeper, so this prankster would have had to be continually coming back in the middle of the night to set these rocks up with cat burglar-like stealth over and over again, immediately after they were disturbed. But it gets even weirder. The poltergeist-type activity ramped up, and eventually led to stuff like the bathtub turning itself on in the middle of the night when I was the only one home, and I have no history of sleepwalking or anything like that. And then both me and at least one of the roommates started getting woken up in the night by mice. Except both of us swear to God, that when we occasionally caught glimpses of the critters in question, they were weird. Like really weird, in that they were incredibly pale, maybe hairless, maybe bipedal, and apparently tailless. But granted, we only ever caught glimpses of them because they were incredibly fast, like faster than usual mice, and seemed to make some effort to stay out of the light or the open. We also both suffered strange, vivid nightmares and heard voices. And while for me this isn't completely unusual and can probably be chalked up to mental illness, my roommate had no history of anything more severe than depression, had never taken any substances beyond weed and alcohol, and was hardly that into those. She was sober during these experiences, to be clear. And yet she apparently suffered so much from these experiences at this house, she eventually moved out. I don't know what, but apparently she had some final really bad experience that pushed her over the edge, but she never told me what. There was some other stuff, like the house getting a lock mysteriously put in on it by a property firm who didn't own it. Like I said, my family did, without anyone at the property company having any knowledge of who among them did it. And whoever did it apparently did so in the dead of night because, again, my neighbours hadn't seen anyone do it while they were awake. Maybe just professional incompetence, but who knows? Also, other stuff showed up on our porch over time, like bundles of twigs and, no joke, a sprouting sweet potato and rotting fruit. And again, I'm reasonably sure it was not the work of anyone I knew. Anyhow, I no longer live at that house. A family friend rents it currently, and I've moved back in with my family due to hard times. Thanks, COVID. But I've been thinking about all the odd experiences I had there lately. And while they're maybe not the weirdest or least explainable things I've ever had happen to me, they always stick me as both oddly personal somehow, as well as oddly senseless. Now, the only reason I mention the Fey Folk Fairies as a possible culprit in the title isn't because it's the conclusion I personally came to. If I were to go paranormal, it actually struck me more like some kind of haunting personally. But because I spoke to a friend of mine who is a lot more into esoterica paranormal stuff than I am, and she immediately assumed it might be old trickster fairies. No joke. Keep in mind this friend did have a bit of a personal connection to the whole Fae thing, and that she actually claims to have been abducted by the fair folk when she was little. The whole thing is not my story to tell, but I will say that although this girl held some metaphysical beliefs I'm not quite on board with, she never struck me as an out-and-out liar, and she certainly experienced something strange and traumatic when she was young, and never even wanted to talk about it with most people. The curious side of me always wanted to pick her brain on what being taken by fairies was supposed to be like, but like I said, it seemed like she didn't want to talk much. Still, she was right about the fact that certain aspects of the whole thing do seem to evoke the weirdness and fickleness of a mythological figure. And we maybe did see little people, even to boot, but who knows? The girl had suggested leaving out food as an offering to appease them, but we never actually tried this because the rational side of us still wanted to believe that we just had mice. And leaving out snacks for Max is notoriously the opposite of a good idea. This story is from when I was in middle school. I had a best friend that I used to go to sleep over at his house, or he would stay at mine. This weekend I slept at his house. It was a normal day, just hung out and played video games. Then nighttime came. This was when it happened. Now for the details. It was me, my friend, and his brother. We went to bed, just to have me startled in my sleep. I have no idea what time it is, but it's pitch black in the room we were sleeping in. I was on the top bunk, his brother was beneath me, and my friend was on a bed right next to his brother. So I went to see if maybe my friend was up. He wasn't, but what I saw haunts me to this day. I looked down at him, and there was a small brown figure on his chest. He had long fingers with long fingernails, short legs, small body, big head, circular yellow eyes with dark insides and sharp teeth. Now I was on the top bunk, and it turned its head up at me and looked at me. Remember, it's pitch black in here, so how did I see this? The only thing I thought of doing was getting a light on and see what the thing was. I jumped down from the bed, ran into the hall, turned the light on, and went back into the room just to see it was gone. I told my friend's family about it the next day, but they all just laughed at me and said I was crazy. But now and then I think about that night that I can't explain. I was 19 years old and I lived with my grandmother. She was going on vacation and did not want me to be home alone, so I was to sleep over at my mother's house for a week, I think it was. This didn't bother me. I had a car friend and a girlfriend. It's what she said that I blew off that should have scared me. She said not to go to our house while I'm away, because my mother is watching over it. Her mother died years before I was born. Creepy, but I let it slide. The weekend had come and I was hanging out with my girlfriend, but we were getting bored, so I said, hey, let's go to my grandmother's and get my NES. I like to collect old video games and systems. Anyways, we drove up to her house and I told my girlfriend to stay in the car and I will be right back. I opened the door and there was her dog, but acted like my dog usually would follow me around. Down to my room in the basement, my television was right at the bottom of the stairs, so I only needed to turn on the main hallway light. But I thought to myself, it's a little dark in here. And this is what happened. The light on the other side of the room turned on. I'm the only one in the house, and had been now for a couple of days because my gran was on vacation. Curious, I started walking over to the light, and it was one of those lights you had to turn a key, and you hear the click click noise and it turns on. So I get a step towards it and click click, it turns off. I'm now scared, but finished taking my NES and look up the stairs to see her dog staring down at me. And I called for her, but she wouldn't come. I left the house so scared, only to have to return to it and sleep down there again when my grandmother got back. I took off shaken and told my girlfriend and my mother what had happened. My parents moved from Ireland to Middle England in the early 90s, into a house which was built in the early 1900s. It's a pretty Georgian semi-detached, and next door, which used to be part of a garden, an older couple lived who became very close to my family and were basically our grandparents. The woman, let's call her M, grew up in our house. They built their house on what was once the garden and ours to look after their aging mother and mother-in-law. M's mother was a wealthy woman. They had a live-in maid and would have been quite upper class back in the day. But unfortunately, her children were all ailing in some way. Her eldest boy died at 4, and M had diabetes. In fact, she was one of the first people to receive insulin, which saved her life in her late teens. And the youngest boy was very disabled, physically challenged and non-verbal. My granddad, Jay, thought he may have had some sort of locked-in syndrome, which quite a lot of intellectual gifts beneath an ability to communicate. And mental illness, too. Edit, I lost my granddad last year. M died many years ago. He was my best friend and a soulmate. A war veteran at 101 died alone due to COVID, which was so unfair. I'd love anyone reading this to spare a thought for his memory, as he was the most frickin' awesome dude. I have so many stories from him in his century-long life if anyone wants me to start a separate thread about that. In 2011, after working far too hard in my early 20s and my first job after university, college for my transatlantic cousins, I felt totally burnt out. 6 years of intense high-level schooling and then a 60-hour week? Nah. I moved back for a bit, just to take a breather whilst finding another job. 3 weeks into me being there, the disabled brother, Grandad's Jay's brother-in-law, died. He would have been in his 90s. 2011. It began within days of Jay's brother-in-law's death. First of all, just a kind of eerie feeling, as if I was being watched. I wondered if I had developed some kind of anxiety problem, as I had suffered panic attacks for a brief spell in my teens. Then scratching. We had never had a bird or mouse problem before. My dad was so often working away, to be honest, but he was there sometimes. If we should have pest control come over and check the walls of the house. They said it had only been quite recently, so we should wait a while. Maybe it was some roosting pigeons nestling the last weeks of their fledglings. Then a kind of tapping, rapping sound, almost like someone was gently knocking from within the bricks of a house. I became so used to strange sounds around me that I lost all interest in trying to find out the source. Usually taps, knocks and bangs were all accounted for. I I presumed maybe old pipes had become unsecured or next door had rats. But I also ignored the fact that we had lived in the house for 20 years and had none of these problems before. One morning, I woke up with a start. It was dusk, about 5 a.m. The old TV that had sat abandoned for 6 years in the corner of my brother's old room where I was sleeping was clicking madly. The walls were scratching, the knocking, even though the heating was off and it was summer, so no pipes could have been causing it, was in a frenzy. I stared around for a few seconds, completely in terror and shock, and realised almost immediately that this was a paranormal energy. When I say the energy was frenzied, I mean it. It was like a quietish cacophony. I filmed it on my phone and have it on a laptop somewhere. When people say you can't film that something, this is why ghosts don't exist. You can. I know nothing about the paranormal. I used to piss myself laughing at horror films. So why would it come into my head so strongly and completely that this is what that was? I found that odd. This went on for a few days and I mentioned it to my mum. She laughed it off. My mum was an accountant and a super intelligent and impractical person. She is where unnecessary drama goes to die. I googled it and found an article. What was creepy about it, and scares me to this day, was that I was textbook what was happening to me. The scratches, the tappings, how it seemed to be getting louder and how the sounds began to feel intentional. Like 3 obvious knocks rather than just tapping. So human. Also, that I'd never felt fear like it. I could have had a wonderful evening laughing with friends, they go home. I went up to bed feeling so warm and wonderful. And then I awoke, unlike ever before in my life, somewhere between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. with the most unbelievable sense of dread that frankly did not feel like it came from me. I mean, I did not feel the source. Then the nightmares came. I felt like the more I thought about it, the more it fed off this energy. Like there was a legit psychological level to all this. That was the worst part about it. The nightmares were always the same. I woke up, only I couldn't move, so it was sleep paralysis, and there was a dark presence in the room. Sometimes in the form of a shadow in the corner. A large male shadow, and the most ominous feeling I ever felt. Terror and danger like anything I could ever have imagined. I had never, and have never, had nightmares before or since. Maybe the odd small one, but I don't really get them. I haven't had any experiences like it since, actually. Typing about it even spooks me out because I feel like the energy you let out is whatever this thing fed on. Despite this, I chalked up to anxiety, so I told my mum I was no longer sleeping in that room, and she said she would swap, so I went to the sofa. The next few days were fine and peaceful until Mum came down one morning completely ashen-faced. I asked if she was okay. She described getting sleep paralysis even though she didn't know what it was, for the first time in her life. I might add and describe my appearances. The male shadow figure, I hadn't told about this, in the same order. With the same feeling, Jay's brother-in-law was over 6 foot, by the way, and he was an angry, tortured soul. And the room was M's old room. She also had the classic incubus thing. I didn't have that. When I told her to Google it, it was a real thing. She was horrified how similar her experiences were to others, because she had never heard of either. Things got worse from there. Whatever this was grew angrier and angrier. Every night, just as you were about to drift to sleep, literally that second of losing consciousness, there would be a huge bang on the bed's headboard, like the whole strength of an incredibly strong man, wrenching you from sleep. It was happening in every room now. We started to get insomnia. Not sleeping for the best part of 3 months is shit, let me tell you. I was getting really fed up and was a nervous wreck and decided to move out. But before I did, I called a carbon monoxide person to check for leaks. There weren't any. A week before I moved out, things started happening in the day, and even my father, who hadn't angrily shut it down since he's more stubborn than that, a notion of mules and hates anything remotely dramatic or whimsical. He's a working class Irishman scientist through and through, and deeply resents the magical thinking Catholic hoo-ha he was brought up with. Agreed to finally get spiritual help, maybe even a priest. That night we decided on that. I woke up with one of the huge bangs, only to find the books on my floor. I finally had evidence to show my parents, and they couldn't deny that. I didn't show them. I couldn't have. I didn't leave my bed. I screamed and they came in. They would have heard if I left my bed. Those last few days included audible growls. I even recorded a few. Incredibly strong smells of male sweat mixed with some kind of ammonia. And my sister, she was visiting. And I running, screaming, and almost over to the neighbours because I was explaining how the rocks were irrational. Like sometimes 1, 2, 3. As soon as I finished saying 3, there were 3 very loud, intentional knocks on the door right next to us. Also, my name was whispered so many times. Whatever this was wanted to us knew it was hearing us. My mum said she was also pushed across the landing against the wall in the middle of the day. I left mum, went to church for the first time in 20 years. She only went a few miles, but she said it helped. I came back to do a visit 3 months later. One morning, when I heard my mum come down for breakfast, I turned to it and we both said, "It's gone," at the same time. My boyfriend and I were on vacation in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, staying at an Airbnb on the St. Mary's River in Sault Ste. Marie. It was an older 3-bedroom house with its own nice private beach. We had the entire place to ourselves for the night. We started off the night by leaving to get some food, play Monopoly, going swimming. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. As soon as it got dark, we went out to smoke some weed before we ate the food we just bought. We went back in, had our dinner, and went to the master bedroom. We were both on our phones when the light on the ceiling fan started to flick on and off. I said that the house was old and suggested we just turn the light off. He said no, and that we should keep it on. This is when he first told me that he had a bad feeling, and I said he was just paranoid from the weed. I walked out the hallway to the living room to see if I could sense the energy he was feeling, and he followed me. I felt as if nothing was wrong and went back to the bedroom. He stayed in the hallway, staring at a closed bedroom door. I asked why he was staring at it, and he said, "I swear I just saw the light in this room turn on and off." I was more concerned about a person being in this house, and I said we needed to go in there and look. We walked in, checked under the bed and in the closet, and nobody was in there. He became really startled, and I was confused because I was still really high and had zoned out. He said that the dresser had just been shaken really aggressively against the wall. I was skeptical since I hadn't seen it myself, but I said I believed him, and we left the room. After we were back in the living room, he said, "I have a really bad feeling, like something bad is going to happen if we stay here. We need to get out of here." We had nowhere to go until the next day, and I didn't want to leave, but I agreed that we'd go for a drive, come back after, and get our things and leave if we still felt the same way. After we finished driving, we went back into the house, and he still had this bad feeling. I still didn't want to go, but I agreed that we'd get our things and leave. We walked into the master bedroom first, and the light switch for the ceiling fan and light was off. We'd left it on. My boyfriend said, "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the fucking fan." It was moving slowly in a circle, and as soon as I looked up, it began moving faster, but inconsistently, as if someone was batting at it. The light began to flick on and off again as well. Mind you, the switch is still off on the wall. This was enough for me to start freaking out, so we grabbed everything out of there and the master bathroom and got the hell out of that room. Next, we went to the kitchen to do our dishes, since it was a requirement for checkout. My boyfriend reached into a drawer, pulled out the biggest knife in it, and turned his head to look at me. He said nothing and put the knife down and closed the drawer. I assumed he was trying to show me that it was there in case there really was another person in the house. He started visibly freaking out, and I asked what was wrong. He said, "I'll tell you in the car." We packed up, locked the house behind us, and hit the road. I asked him what he'd been so afraid about, and he said, "That thing was talking to me the entire time. It got control of me when I was reaching for that knife and it told me to stab you. I had to stop myself and fight it. He continued on, saying that he'd been listening to these things the whole time, such as fucking hit her and pick up that chair and throw it at her. Hearing this made me sick to my stomach. We ended up sleeping in my car at a rest stop, and neither of us slept well at all, with this lingering awful feeling. Nothing has really happened to us since, so I don't think it is attached to us or anything, but I just can't fathom how it gained that much control over him in such little time. This activity started when my father tried to readjust to civilian life after leaving the military. He eventually turned to drink, and this is when the activity started. He also became physically abusive to my mother. Halfway through the events I list below, my mother had a restraining order put on my father, kicked him out the house, but the activity continued. This occurred between the age of 4 to 8 years old, over 4 years. My childhood story goes as follows. It started when I was 4 years old. The first incident was when my aunt and cousins visited my house. We were all in the living room, then I needed to use the bathroom upstairs. So I went into the hallway and saw a dog. It looked like a Doberman. I thought my aunt had a new dog and I went into the living room to ask. I was excited to see it. My mother and aunt looked at each other in surprise, searched the house, and in the end I was smacked on the butt for lying. The dog vanished. The next morning, my cousin said she saw the dog when she went to the bathroom in the night. It was downstairs looking up at her. When my mum was home alone, she was cleaning the kitchen and saw the dog in the hallway. She opened the front door and told it to get out and leave. It went out the door and we never saw the dog again. Then sometime later, I was eating cereal before school. I could tell my mum the cereal tastes funny. I didn't know about sour milk then. The issue was our milk was delivered fresh every morning by the milkman, and the neighbour's milk was fine. Also, fresh fruit would start to rot and turn brown within a few hours of being in our kitchen. A further development was the handle of the kitchen door to outside would shake at night. My father went down to check and hold the door handle. It stopped then when he returned upstairs and started again. Then the next step was I started to become scared and feeling fear in my bedroom. I was too scared to sleep in there alone, so I would go to my parents' room to sleep. One night we had a New Year party and I was put to bed with my cousin Alex. He was a tough kid, local bully. We were both in my bed in the dark. I heard him start to cry and he asked if I was awake and I said yes. He said there's a shadow man in the corner of my bedroom watching us and he screamed and shouted his father. Our fathers came up and took us downstairs where the adults were celebrating, then they all left soon after. I never saw a shadow man. I only felt scared and fear in the bedroom. Father was kicked out the house after this point. One day my half-brother visited and was playing with our neighbour on the park. My mother took me to the shops with her and told him she'll be back in 30 minutes with candy. My brother saw my living room blinds move from the park and thought me and my mum returned with the candy. He went into the house with the neighbour and found the TV on, radio on, and gas fire on full power in the middle of summer. Me and my mum returned to find them waiting on the park, too scared to come into the house. I learned the next part later in life when my mother opened up to me about it as she hid this from me until I was 20 years old. The final incident that happened forced us to move was my mum was hoovering my bedroom. Inside the bedroom there was a large storage compartment with a door that leads into the walls. The door was fully closed when she entered the room. She turned her back to the door when hoovering and she said she felt pure evil behind her, something very negative. She turned around and saw the door fully open, so she dropped the hoover and ran to the garden screaming. My neighbour, who was a retired police officer, jumped over his garden to see what happened. She said there's something in the house, but he misunderstood it for someone in the house. He got his old police baton and isolated the electricity from outside to turn off the hoover that was still on. By this time, my mum was in the house, with his wife having a cup of tea and emotional breakdown from it. He said there was nobody inside and she said no, there was something in the house, not a person.
Then they explained when me and my mum were away on a vacation in England with my future stepfather, the lights in my room would turn on and off at night, along with noises of footsteps. The neighbour checked it out with his flashlight battered and his dog Toby, thinking it was my father coming back whilst we were away. The dog would growl at the door and not enter our house. The neighbour inspected the house, but he found nobody. Then when he returned to his house, the footsteps and lights would start again. So they decided not to tell us because they didn't want to scare my mum and me. They kept it secret. Soon after, we moved to England. The next experience I had that connected me back to this was when I started my career at sea. I was on a container ship sailing around Asia, and I had multiple deep dreams of being in this old house with several other people of different nationalities, trapped in the large old house. It had red wallpaper, lanterns on the walls, and oil paintings of people with very high ceilings. It looked very Tudor, 1500s, 1600s. I could always interact with these people until it came. We would all be paralysed and thrown around the large room we were in, and I'd wake up paralysed, unable to move, cold sweat in my bed on the ship, until I'd break out and free myself. The fear I felt was the same as in my childhood bedroom back in Scotland. The final dream I had an interaction with it. I dreamed I was in a pitch black room, with a circle of light around me that I was safe in. To the left of me were lightly lit wooden stairs leading up to a door with light piercing through the sides of it. The entity called my name in a croaky voice and laughed, sounding like an old smoker's voice. It told me to come into the dark and join it. I fought back and told it to fuck off. I'll never be like you. And I called it pathetic piece of shit. It quickly responded with a come with me now. I told it no, then ran for the stairs. I got to the door and I felt my right leg being pulled. I kicked multiple times back into the dark on my pulled leg, and I felt it contact against something. I got through the door and I was in this house I had seen before in my dreams. I saw the red wallpaper, the lanterns and oil paintings. I then woke up, but this time free, not paralysed. Deep down, I feel the voice I was talking to was what was in my room back in my childhood home, even though I was on the other side of the planet. Since then, I've had a couple of dreams in strange old houses, feeling a presence, but never back at that old Tudor house. So, the incident. Yesterday morning, I was reading when I heard what I swear was M laugh outside my window and say something unintelligible. I was immediately confused because I thought, and then confirmed, that M was miles away and wouldn't be home until late that afternoon. I thought it was weird, but I didn't feel threatened or targeted. I went back to reading, texting them both about what I assumed to be a mildly funny auditory processing error. Apparently, something like this happened to S as well. Several months back, M had left the house, but S says that she heard the front door open, M's voice call her name, and then the door close again. M was once again confirmed to be 10 minutes down the road at the time. They are now both convinced that because M is not home very often, something is trying to use her as a conduit to try and get S denied to let it in. They plan on smudging and laying down silver in the corners of the home, and have expressed a good amount of fear and anxiety over it. M and S have been doing their thing a lot longer than I have been doing mine, and so I typically trust their judgment on stuff like this. That being said, there's recently been some discord in the home between us, and while it has since been resolved, I can't help but think that maybe they've jumped to the conclusion that this is something rather than nothing because of that. So I've recently been riding my bike around our local park just about every day that the weather allows. Yesterday, I had the music going and was pedalling away like usual when I came rolling up to a guy and his dog. He just kind of looked at me and smiled like we knew each other. I nodded and went on my way, but there was something about his face that stuck out. Just a coincidence, I thought. There was no way. But it looked just like my dad. This wasn't my dad that I saw last summer. Not my dad that I remember standing talking in the driveway for the last time. This was my dad's face that I remember in the hospital before he took his last breath. I made another lap around the lake and campground on the other side of the park. I came up the hill, and he was still standing there, almost as if he was waiting on me. He looked at me, waved, and smiled again. He just stood and watched as I was slow pedaling up the hill. I got to the top and paused for a second, staring at the man through my sunglasses. It felt like I knew him. I looked at him for a second before riding off. It really felt like my dad was standing there. I couldn't bring myself to say anything though for some reason. I actually passed people several times while riding. I didn't see him again on any path. This was another weird thing that stood out. He was at the top of the hill by the bridge that goes over the river when I first saw him. He was still there when I came back around, but not anywhere along the trails or there when I came up around a third time. As a side note, he was cremated as per his wishes. We spread his ashes in that river. My dad always told me stories of how his dad, my grandpa, saw ghosts. My dad never had any ghost stories from his own point of view that I know about though. A few months ago, I would wake up and see a figure in the doorway of my room. The figure had long black hair, indistinguishable face, and a dirty white robe. I immediately assumed it was some mind trick, like seeing a belt on the floor at night and thinking it's a snake. But this wasn't the only occurrence. I saw this figure every night for weeks and could stare at it for minutes at a time. One night I even yelled on it, really freaked my wife out. After a while, my fear got the better of me and I started to sleep on the couch. I know, it sounds bad, but my wife never believed in these kind of things, and at the time I still assumed it was my mind playing tricks on me. As you could probably predict, my wife didn't take too kindly to me sleeping on the couch. One night after leaving the bedroom to head down to my safe place on the couch, I started to think that it wasn't fair for me to not sleep with my wife, and that I wouldn't let my relationship slip due to a figure I didn't even think was real. So at about midnight, I decided to head upstairs to bed. As I turned the corner of my house and faced the stairs, I saw the same figure. In the movies, people tend to react, but when faced with an unknown, unexplained entity in your home, you just kind of freeze, waiting for the formation of shapes to disappear or take another form as you change your perspective. This time, the figure never changed form and looked at me as I froze, then moved inches to the left and right, saying "what the fuck" out loud. It's been a week now and I get the feeling that this thing doesn't want me to be with my family. As long as I stay away from my room, it's not a problem. So, our family had a long history with paranormal activities like claps, objects getting moved from a place to another one, and saw very strange things like a dead woman or a husband. The woman was killed by a husband and then a husband killed himself. That told us our neighbour that lived there a long time. But that's past and we just had to move from this old house to a newer one in the same city. In the new house, we didn't really see anything, but on special dates for our family, like somebody's death, we heard objects moving themselves or a lot of loud claps. We went to the church and it never happened again. Now, after many years, something is haunting us for a year now, I think. First, we heard claps. Then after some months, our garderobe made strange noises. And after a year, now we see shadows of other people or something like that. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just a shadow. It doesn't look like the old man or woman, which looked very real. Sometimes my daughter says she sees somebody walking around the house, but she doesn't really say anything more. We're very scared, especially me, and we don't really know how to deal with it. What should we do? And everybody hears and sees these things multiple times in our family. And I don't think that these shadows are the popular shadow people, because our story with paranormal activities is very long, with even normal looking people or poltergeist. I don't really know how to deal with all this anymore. My father had a terminal illness. During his life, he was a bit of a nagger and a nitpicker. I joked with him that when he died, he'd have to let me know if there was something on the other side, I'm an atheist. So, about 6 months after he died, I was trying to put some metal cabinets together on my patio. The instructions were impossible, and after many hours of trying to put it together, I just said, fuck it, I've had enough, and I left it unfinished. The next morning, I found my small set of screwdrivers and an empty packet of batteries with just the one battery in it, both side by side in front of the patio door. They were both in the drawers in the laundry previously. I've had many strange things happen like this in my house, which I can't explain. The area is known for hauntings. I puzzled over it and finally worked out the message. The message was, find the last bit of energy and finish the damn cabinets. I knew this was my father nagging me. It was just what he would have done. It makes me wonder. A couple of years ago, I had a sleepover at my friend's house with 3 other people, so there were 5 of us. The house was known to be quite haunted, as we have heard the garage door slam on its own and stuff like that. We decided to sleep in a game room upstairs and watch some Batman before sleeping. Let me try to explain our sleeping arrangements. There's a couch that 2 of my friends slept on, and 2 of my other friends slept in front of the couch on the floor. I slept in a beanbag sort of chair to the right of them with the TV in front of us. There's a closet close to me, and the entrance to the room is furthest from me. So we just turned off Batman and we were all falling asleep. About 5 minutes later, I hear this really deep voice say my name that is to the right of me. Now, I just thought it was one of my friends joking with me, so I didn't open my eyes. Then my friend starts frantically saying my name and telling me to wake up. She asked me to go to the bathroom with her downstairs. So as soon as we get down there, she's like, "Did you hear that?" I was like, "Of course I did. That wasn't one of our friends." She says that everyone's passed out. Of course we're freaking out, and I end up sleeping next to her that night. The next morning when we all get up, I asked them and they said they didn't hear anything. I'm very convinced it wasn't my friend's dad because I would have heard him walk in. And the voice was way too deep to be any of my friends' voices because we all hadn't hit puberty yet. I don't know, it's been years and my friend still says it wasn't her. And at this point, she would have said something by now. Anyway, that's one of the scariest things I've heard. Boyfriend passed away of complications from a surgery that was supposed to help him, and it didn't. He ended up passing away in his sleep, alone. The day I found out he passed away, I was at a doctor's appointment 4 hours away from where I live. I didn't find out until I got home, which was weird, because I had the sound turned all the way up on my phone just in case he called me. I got 3 missed calls from him when I checked my phone when I came home, which is another weird thing. I never heard my phone go off. I also didn't see any missed calls all day until I got home. Here's where it might sound a little creepy, but also maybe a little comforting. He came to me and told me he had passed away the night before I heard he passed, and I didn't believe him. So backtrack to the night before I actually found out he passed away. It was about 1 a.m, and like I said before, I was going to the doctor the next day. So I texted him good night and told him I loved him, and I told him I would leave my phone sound turned up in case he needed anything. After that, I watched TV for a little while, and right when I was about to go to bed, I heard his voice in my head. Well, this might be a little weird, but it's like he took over me for a minute, because I started to say the words I heard in my head out loud. "Baby girl, I'm not here anymore. I'm so sorry, but I'm all around you now. I'll always be with you. I love you, and I'm sorry." Now, this is where it got dark and scary for me. A few weeks later, I wasn't in a good place at all. I had people blaming me for what happened to him. I had others telling me to get past it because it wasn't like I was married to him. I ended up in a somewhat of a dark place. Well, one random night I was in bed watching TV, and I felt this dark, evil presence on the right side of my bed. When I would look, it wasn't there, but I could see it out the corner of my eye. At the same time, on my left side, I felt something trying to protect me. I heard my ex-boyfriend's voice telling me that it was the presence, it's just there to scare me and not to feed into. I also heard him say that my ex-boyfriend, is there to protect me. I started watching Paranormal State around that time. They said
if you're a dark presence around you, that you should be strong and tell it to go away. It took me 4 times to tell it to go away before it finally did. I changed my thinking around, eventually stopped blaming myself for his death, and also went to counselling. I can tell you now I'm in a much better place and I don't see or feel that dark feeling anymore. The people that blamed me for this apologise and say they don't blame me. That they never really did. They said at the time they blamed me because they needed someone to blame. We're all on better terms now. I've only had one encounter with an entity all my life, and that happened around 2003 or 4. It was around noon or so, and my friend and I were sitting at a small table across from one another. During our conversation, out of the corner of my right eye, I noticed someone was now sitting with us at the table. It was not a see-through apparition, but appeared as solid as a real-life human. We were in our 20s at the time, and he, apparition, appeared to be around the same age. Even though the whole event happened in a matter of seconds, I noticed his clothing, cat backwards and arms crossed as he quickly glanced at the both of us. The following is where I'm asking if anyone has any input. After I quickly observed some of the physical details about him, I turned my head to look away. This is when I either closed my eyes and observed some sort of white flash, or still had my eyes open, which I can't recall. I do recall this was about the time he disappeared, and I was overcome with a feeling of sadness and felt physically drained. I then looked up and he was gone, but my friend's eyes were wide open in complete shock as we both struggled to put in words what we've just seen. I worked in elderly care for 7 years and thought I'd share some of the things I experienced there. Not looking for advice or anything, just thought I'd share it with y'all. While it didn't happen often, it happened rather regularly, at least every couple of months, that during night shifts there were sounds without any source. The sounds of footsteps walking behind me or passing me by, without anyone who made them. Sometimes I heard the clear sound of somebody coughing nearby while I walked through one of the common areas, despite nobody being there and all doors in the vicinity being closed. The only time I was actually worried was when during one night shift, every so often I heard somebody giggling behind me. Only the giggle sounded like it came from a rather young person. It happened at least once every hour between sunset and dawn, and it always came from somewhere behind me, no matter where I was standing or where I was looking. That creeped me out quite a bit, but I experienced nothing else of that sort for that night. We had exactly one movement-activated sink on our floor. Both during the day and the night, it sometimes just randomly activated, despite nobody standing in front of it, independent of the time of day. Could very well just be some sort of maintenance issue, admittedly, but considering that there was no pattern to it at all, it was rather strange. During night shifts, sometimes I would come back from my rounds to see the office chair in front of our PC moving and spinning for a little bit, as if somebody had quickly gotten up from it. At first, that made me very, very uncomfortable, but after a while, I'd gotten so used to it that I barely even noticed it. And it happened even when all doors and windows were closed, so no wind could have done that. And the elderly people we cared for weren't fast enough to get up and get out of sight before the chair stopped moving. If one of our elderlies usually rang his call bell every day at the same time for a specific reason, it wasn't uncommon for it to ring once more at the same time the day after that patient had passed. Which wasn't that bad if it happened during the day, but during night shifts, that could get a little scary. After all, you got a locked, empty room where apparently someone just pressed a button. Some co-workers chucked that up to electrical malfunction, and while that is possible, the fact it tended to happen at the same time the deceased had usually called for us led me and others to believe it was the spirit or an echo of somebody who had passed. I was rarely surprised by such things happening. It's elderly care after all, and that means that over the years, many people pass away in the same building. And in a weird way, it could be quite comforting.
My earliest memory of this thing is when I was 5 years old. I don't believe that was our first encounter. My mother told me of once when I was 8 or 10 months old. She was holding me while sitting on the couch in our living room. She says I turned and looked past her into the hallway, pointed and said, "Man." When my mother turned around, there was, of course, nothing. It was just the two of us in the house. But after looking around for a bit, she found nothing out of place and assumed it was creepy baby babble. At 5, I have my first actual memory. It was weekend night around 11 p.m, and I was laying in bed restless. I could hear both my parents snoring from other rooms, and the light from the living room TV shone on my open bedroom door. A slowly moving shadow of a man crossed into the light and began to walk down the hallway towards my room. I knew it couldn't be my parents or sister, both from the sounds of snoring and its shape. I was absolutely petrified as it methodically made its way down the hall. Right as whoever was casting the shadow should have crossed the threshold of my door, there was nothing. The shadow went, but no body followed. The following years, I often had vivid nightmares which caused me to develop various fears, and I became fairly easy to frighten. I had nightmares before this visit, but they definitely ramped up in intensity and in frequency after. After my 10th birthday passed, I was laying awake in my bed after my mom had left my room after telling me good night. I wasn't able to get to sleep due to a feeling of being watched. My eyes slowly scanned the dark room until it fell on my open closet door. The corner in which it sat was opposite from where my bed was positioned. I could feel something watching me from the darkness of the open doorway. As I focused harder on that area, I could make out a fake outline of a tall, humanoid figure standing off the side of the sliding door. My mind instantly recalled the memory of the shadow from half my lifetime ago. I sat in my bed petrified. I could only lay and stare at it, eyes wide open in fear. After what felt like an eternity passed, filled only with our paranormal staring contest, its form melted back into the darkness. I didn't sleep at all that night. Now's probably a good time to give a full description of this thing. It stands about 7 foot tall with a slight hunch. It's built like a sickly 90-year-old man with every bone being visible under its pale, leathery skin. It always has an uncomfortably wide smile filled with short, needle-like teeth. Dark, sunken pits in place of eyes, usually brings a smell of body odor and old leather. The next visit came during the summer, about a month after my 15th birthday. I always kept my room freezing cold in the summer and would often pull my blanket over my head and played on my phone while winding down before I went to sleep. I had one part of the blanket lifted up in front of my face to keep air circulating. I was laying on my side, scrolling through my phone. I caught some movement through the gap in the blanket. Glancing past my phone, I squinted my eyes to see what had moved past my peephole. I saw it smile first, as it stretched unnaturally wide across its face. Its black pits for eyes stared into me as I fully realized my paranormal stalker was mere inches away from my face. Dread and terror locked my body into place as my mind raced for a way out of this situation. I have no idea how long the two of us were locked in our romantic gazes, but I eventually settled on a plan of action. I threw my blanket off of my body and prepared to vault my body past it and to my door. As soon as the blanket was off me, it was gone. The feeling of its presence still lingered in the room, but I could no longer see it. I turned the lights on and stayed awake all night, too freaked out to sleep. So you may have noticed a pattern by now. Every 5 years he shows up and is a little closer to me. I was really concerned when I realized this because any closer and it would be touching me. Around this time, I also started suffering from constant migraines that would last for days or sometimes weeks at a time. As my 20th birthday came and went, I wasn't really as worried about this thing showing up as I was 5 years prior. I'd moved out of my parents' place and I didn't feel the heaviness that my childhood bedroom had. About 6 months after my birthday, my fear of it returned, much stronger than before. I fell asleep that night without much trouble, but I had a pretty gnarly awakening. I woke up for seemingly no reason, and that old familiar feeling laid heavy in the room. I knew I was being watched, and when I tried to move to grab my phone, my body didn't respond.
This actually made me feel a bit better. I've been through sleep paralysis before and I could do it again. I was afraid, but I knew it wasn't real. Then my body began shaking uncontrollably and my vision went dark. When it returned, I was no longer in my bed. I was strapped to a stone table in a dimly lit room. I could faintly make out old carved stone walls and an iron door past my feet. I could smell iron and rot all around me. A figure loomed over me and I immediately recognized my lifelong stalker. It finally made it to me and I was at its mercy. It spent a long while just staring at me with hunger and malice. After some amount of time, it moved in closer and began to slowly, yet gleefully, drag its claws over my body, slicing and tearing at my flesh. I could feel each emotion as it effortlessly mauled me. Suddenly, my vision flashed and I was once again in my room, shaking and seizing violently. Every muscle in my body flexed and tightened to their absolute limits. Then, as quickly as I was returned to my room, I was stolen away to a new place. I was on the floor of a cave. There was light from a fire shining in from somewhere I couldn't see. It smelled damp and musty. Without missing a beat, my captor appeared over me and began his work anew, ripping and tearing into my body once again. My vision would then flash back to me seizing in my bedroom, then to the dungeon, then my room, then back to the cave. This cycle of torture went on for what felt like days. There was a final flash and I was in my room, no longer seizing, light coming in from my window. At first, I didn't even try to move. My body ached all over, my mind was mush, and my pillow and blankets were strewn around the room. I felt like I'd been hit by a train, but like a demon train. After that night, I knew I'd never get rid of it. It had me now. All I could think about was what would come next. Was it satisfied now that it had gotten to me? Would it come more often now? I had no idea what it wanted, where it came from, what its limits were. I was clueless and terrified. I've tried over the course of my life to figure out what this thing is, to no avail. After that night, I began having nightmares every single night. I was pretty used to having a lot of nightmares at this point, so I wasn't too torn up about it. After all, I knew they were only dreams. But one night when I was 22, that changed. Since I noticed the 5-year pattern, I'd become confident that it would only appear once after a 5th birthday. However, I was apparently wrong. Ish. As I fell asleep, I was drawn into another nightmare. As I entered the dream realm, I had the most unsettling feeling of déjà vu. The place I found myself was all too familiar. I laid on a cold stone cave floor, the same cave when I was tortured 2 years prior. Before I could fully process that information, I saw it. Standing at the only tunnel out was my only old buddy. It lunged toward me and wrapped one of its hands around my neck. Its grip was surprisingly strong for its apparently measly muscles. It dragged me by my neck across the cave floor out into the tunnel. Once again, my body wouldn't respond to my commands. I could only watch as my limp body was taken somewhere. My airway was being crushed as it pulled me. My lungs screamed for oxygen. But even after several brutal minutes, my vision never darkened and I never blacked out. I had to consciously experience being choked without the bliss of passing out. Eventually, the tunnel led into a massive cave that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. I could see the firelight dancing off of stalagmites and columns in the distance. As we went in further, I even heard screams, but I never saw anyone, human or otherwise. It felt like I was in there for a few hours. I didn't know how it ends. I either blocked that out unconsciously, or there was just never an end. I'm 24 now, and I honestly don't know what to do. I still have horrible nightly nightmares and the migraines. I can feel it around me when I'm alone sometimes. I can even tell if it's in one of my nightmares with me. They feel completely different from other dreams. It's a bit difficult to explain. I guess I'm here to ask what I should do, or just an opinion on what this thing is. I've honestly hit a dead end at this point. I don't even know if I want to get rid of it. As weird as that may sound. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Thanks for your time. Hope it wasn't too hard to read.
In June of 2020, I experienced a miscarriage from an unplanned pregnancy. I found out at 4 weeks exactly, then lost it at 8 weeks. The event as a whole was one of the worst things I've been through, something you can't imagine until you're part of that unfortunate club. A few months after miscarrying, I talked with my husband about getting a tattoo in remembrance of our loss. I didn't want anything with a name or a date, so I settled on a green gradient rainbow. Rainbows are popular in the pregnancy loss community, and green reminded me of nature and regenerative life. On January 14th, 2021, my projected due date, I got the tattoo. It turned out nothing like I imagined. There were miscommunications on both mine and the artist's side, and I was so bummed about the tattoo. After letting it fully heal, I shared my thoughts with my husband and said that I'd like to start the process of getting it removed and trying a different idea. It has such a personal and emotional meaning to me that I really wanted to love it and be proud to show it off. I'm a hairstylist and I came into contact with lots of different folks, and I'm very accustomed to talking about a range of subjects, even those that are very personal. I haven't shared my miscarriage with many people or clients, but a few weeks ago I did. I found myself on the topic with a girl who I've only seen twice. It was a much deeper conversation than I expected, but not unusual as many people share their lives in my chair. In the mirror reflection, she could see my inner forearm where my tattoo is located. While I was blow drying her hair, she asked what it meant. I told her it was my baby tattoo. I immediately shot my eyes to my arm and what she saw. Holy shit. The area where my tattoo had healed now clearly has 2 letters visible, H-I. For 6 months I saw it as a smudge, but now it was so clear. We both sat in disbelief in a moment and got teary-eyed. I couldn't believe that this tattoo had this message on it for months, on my own body, and I never noticed it. I showed my husband and he too was in disbelief. There's no way I could intentionally make it heal weird in one spot and have it shape letters, nor could the artist happen to leave this area less saturated than the rest. It has truly shown me the power of our interconnectedness, and I find comfort in the inexplicability. At around 1:30 a.m. last night, I suddenly felt a presence right next to my bed. I closed my eyes fully and tried to control my breathing because I was about to freak out. You know how you can tell if someone's staring at you, even if your back is turned? It was like that, except I could sense like a whole person and not just the eyes. Eventually I calmed down and I was going to try to fall asleep again when I felt someone or something press down on my bed. It was like someone sitting on the side of my bed, except it wasn't as heavy. It was more like someone pressing down with their hand. Any sleep that I was falling into dissipated instantly, and I could tell I was beginning to hyperventilate. I told myself to stop freaking out because I knew that it wouldn't help anything. So I eventually calmed down again and I decided to try and fall asleep again when I heard a rustling sound next to my desk in the corner of my room. At this point, I started to strain my eyes to try to hear if there was any other noise, but there were no footsteps or anything. Even though it seemed that the presence was moving around my room, I felt it for probably 5 more minutes until it left. By the way, when I first felt it, the sound of my fan went away, and I knew that the presence left because the sound of the fan returned to my room. I told my brother about it this morning, and he said that it could have been my cat because you can't hear the footsteps on the carpeted floor. I had to call my dad to ask where my keys were, and I also asked him if he had been in my room, and he said no. Then I asked about the cat, and he said that the cat had been outside all night. It wasn't my dog because he has a really loud collar, and it wasn't my brother because I would have been able to hear the footsteps. He then suggested that it was sleep paralysis or a dream. It wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move. I got uncomfortable when I first felt it, so I pretended that I was shifting around in my sleep to get to a more comfortable position. I also knew it wasn't sleep paralysis because that only happens when you're waking up. It also wasn't a dream because you can just tell. When you're in a dream, you can't. But in the morning when you wake up, you can recognize that it was a dream. I know for a fact that it wasn't. This has happened on 3 separate occasions so far. The first time, someone was repeating a song I was singing along with. I was out on a walk in the forest and it sounded like my own voice, but off. It also just a few seconds off. The second time I was walking along the edge of the forest through some wet grass. I stopped for a few seconds, but the noises of my footsteps didn't. I was wearing heavy boots and my footsteps made wet, stompy sounds. I even tried it a few times more. I would walk a few steps and stop, only for the sounds of my footsteps to go on for a few seconds. The third time happened just now, and that's what made me want to share this. It's currently summer where I live, rural Germany, so I had my bedroom windows open. I was lighting a few matches to light candles. As I put on the last match, I heard a match being lit from outside the window. I live in the middle of nowhere, and it's the middle of the night. I didn't see anyone or anything, but I also didn't want to investigate further. Honestly, I don't know what to make of all this. This has all just happened in the span of a few months. We live in an old little cemetery outside of our village that's supposedly haunted. I have some pictures I took there at night with weird orbs and light beams, if anyone is interested in that. But I haven't got a clue what this could be.